Welcome to stream thing. Well, gonna be doing more stream again, cause that's what I do. Yeah. I'm gonna do a mock title here, so I can actually format it correctly. I've been sucking at doing that. What was this one? 34, I think? Oh, 35. God damn. Great chapter title. I've been wanting to do this one for a while. I gotta send a stream like that, actually. Do I even have my stuff set up? Yep, okay. Come on, YouTube. It's cover day. And, well, you can see this. The full drawing is very cool. And it looks very different from this. But, and notice I have these boxes down here. I'm going to be making this a quite long chapter because I have to pace things the way I want. It might take a bit longer. I might end up making it more colored than the other ones. We'll see. But I'm gonna do the cover now, and then for the extensions, I'll just do those in between, doing the polished pages, because multitasking is fun. But it's gonna be a special layer for... I kind of want to show off, Asamina's body more, if that makes sense, because she does not have any full pose drawings of her. And I kind of just want to give her some in a title. So it's going to be a pretty simple overall artwork, just showing off her design some. I gotta pull up a reference for you think I'd have stuff easily pulled up. I still have to go to my actual manga on the actual site, because that's just how I do it. I love how it doesn't check 33. There she is. This honestly might be like my best chapter of the manga. Well, not this one. Maybe this one. If I include the finale in it, it might be, but... It's 4:21 a.m. Listen, Law. It's 9:21 for me. And, I want to stream tonight, you know? I am very... I've been slacking a bit today. I've been spending most of my day practicing. I wonder how I really should be drawing her feet. I feel like she'd have more toes like this. Yeah. Go look at your stream, go to bed. Alright, sleep well, Mr. Law. Still cannot draw these, bro. I got more references for you, L1. Ooh, okay, okay. I've been studying hands, that's what I'm working on right at the moment, but I also do other stuff still, of course, so I can stay sharp. But I literally have a whole system where I'm gonna get good at drawing a specific thing at all possible angles. And then move on to the next one so I can just systematically improve my ability for each body part, like just focus on them so I can just get it over with and done. Because I'm at a point where I should be able to reach that level. And then from then on I can just improve a bit more. But I'm going to be going all in on hands. Dave won't be able to hear you on stream because of mobile. Alright. Hmm. Oh, Skipper! I am trying to lock in here. Making the cover for this chapter. I've been doing this for how long now? Been a long time grinding away. I gotta do a teeth study, because I really suck at doing these teeth. Bacon is better, I think. That's my eraser. This girl's design has been kind of inconsistent, to be honest. There's at least one person that finds her be an attractive character. It's funny. I kind of design all my characters to be attractive, just because then people want to read. But she's one of the ones that, like, doesn't really care much for that. I'm glad someone still likes her. Your characters look good. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I see a lot of series that are made by people where they don't draw like attractive characters, which is just speaking about. Dang. I'm dying. Nah, but I see a lot of series where people don't draw their characters to be attractive, and then they don't even look good at all from like a stylist perspective either. Like they have like a a style that needs to be developed more, but they don't. And then their drawing ability isn't there, and then it just looks goofy. Like if you try to draw someone attractive, even when you can't draw, like it won't be that bad, you know. You know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be perfect by any means, but I don't even know what I'm rambling about. But I see stuff all the time with just like atrocious character designs. Like a lot of them are on the site that I post. But it's like, how do I put it? They have like this grandiose sounding story, and it's just like some dude on the cover. Like nothing interesting about it. It's just some dude or just some girl. It's like, all right. Like you know, Asmina's on the cover. This girl. When you see her on the cover, like you can tell there's something going on there. You know, like she at least looks mildly interesting. Now I wonder if I should give her clothes on this one, because she canonically doesn't wear clothes because she has fur. So it's kind of weird for this one to have clothes, because I'm doing like a kind of like a summery outfit for her. I think just because I'm showing off her full body proportions, I don't need to really. Pretty much the whole point of her character design when I was initially doing was just, I was like, I want to be able to draw someone that looks like they're naked, but have it be okay because it's fur. And that's actually a similar design philosophy to what I had for Zeniki's ability. Because Zeniki's ability girl, her design idea was I want to draw a crotch that I don't have to censor. Because she's a statue and there's nothing there. It's kind of funny when you think about it. And also it's my way of spiting the individuals who cry about fan service. In a manga that's literally, the title tells you it's going to be fan servicey if you're not, like, illiterate. I don't get why people made such a fuss about it back then and even now. Maybe because people assume it's like a high quality DEEPWOKEN comic, they're like entitled to me making it like friendly for like all the players to read or something. When that was never my intention. I love trying with thin line art. It's how I show people that I'm not a noob. You know, part of the reason why I never post anything anywhere is because, like, I'm really fond of the idea. Like, obviously, aside from my manga, I'm gonna have to start posting stuff now. But I just love the idea of getting really good at art and just being able to, like, travel around places on the internet and be like a wizard at art and just make, like, insane stuff, like, casually among communities, and they're just like, what? Who are you? I find that be a really appealing idea. Of course, it's just whatever. I like her character design is honestly kind of genius in a way. Not to glaze myself, which I am doing. Anyway, it's my time to actually do proper renders of her, because I've only done manga level, panel level renders, basically speaking. My palettes. There it is. I cannot wait for the full Zeniki drawing, the big hype drawing, to be in this chapter. I feel like the manga isn't at a point where people really comment on the big stuff anymore. It's kind of just like people reading like, that's cool. Which I think people have just gotten used to it. But it's fine. I'm gonna plug my Discord more. I mean, I don't know. Manga's been kind of a bit dead. Which is interesting, because I still get, like, a good number of viewers. But feels like no one actually cares that much about it. But then again, once I have it more going on and I'm more consistent, should build up more momentum. I was building up pretty good momentum and then I got like incredibly sick, which is just, I don't know, that happened last time. I was gonna start volume 4, I was gonna go in like crazy on it, and then I got food poisoning and I was out of commission and I had to get back into the flow of everything. And that was like how long was that? It was like over half a year ago. And then now, all of a sudden, when I'm able to get a good schedule going again, I'm really excited. I get, basically gastritis and GERD that doesn't want to go away. And makes it so if I hunch over, I burn my throat with acid. Really fun. At least I'm taking medicine for it, and so I don't have my throat burning, because it lowers my stomach acid completely. But, like, just the fact that I have to deal with this at all, like, what is my life, bro? I kept joking my friend that I'm like corpse husband. Because he is. It should go away. The fact that it's just stubborn is the most scary part about it. I don't wish GERD upon anybody. It's genuine torture. No, BTD6. Um, not right now. Unfortunately. Play BTD6, please. What would I do on BTD6? I don't know what I would even do in that game right now. You're bored. Well, I am drawing. Let's do whatever. I can't because I am drawing. I have a chapter to make, and a lot of people were waiting for it. Trying to focus on my arch. I can load up Bloons Tower Defense 6 if you really want me to, though. If you must see the monkeys. Hello, Epic Games Launcher. Load, please. Thank you, Epic Games. Really epic. Oh my god, I can feel how epic it is. Oh my god. Update. Damn. I think it's so epic. Epic Games is so epic, and I can feel its epicness inside of me. Probably gonna make my stream buffer download it. Brushia, what? Boonshia. Is that what I'm called now? Moonshia. Yes? Do you need something? Bunchia. Yeah. I don't know anymore. Look, here's balloons, okay? It's the funny monkey. It's the monkey guy. It's the monkey. Oh my god. Oh, kick my credit card. It's the funny monkey. It's the funny monkey. Should I go on a co-op? Let's do any game. Look at that, hard unpoppable. Oh my god. We have all the hardcore chimps players in here. Oh my god. Who is this guy? Boomhauer, Tic Tac Frozone. Glue Sniper Monkey. It's a really creative name. He's really good. Alright, so we're gonna place down Charlie Kirk. Alright, I got this. There you go. We're good. Oh yeah. I gotta warn people about Moabs. Guys! The Moabs! Oh my god, the Moabs, what will we ever do? Oh, we're gonna die to the We're gonna die to the Moabs. No! I'm gonna put on a cave monkey. John F. Kirkandie. That's a good name, John F. Kirkandie. I don't think we have enough temples. There we go. I'm gonna give them a thumbs up so they know I'm good. My bad, I spelled it wrong. John F. Kirkandie. This is a really good stream, guys. It's really good. Look at her. Look at the Felinor. Look at the hot Felinor. I'm not gonna put my IQ is too high. I put him out of the range of the towers that need him the most. Can I get more money so I can buy range? Yeah, is there a keybind for it? Cash drop. Shift right bracket. Can I just... Huh. There we go. Now we can get all the cash drops. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and you leave stream after I do what you told me to. Thank you for being such a good person. This is a good stream. Yeah, I mean. Yep. This is what we're doing. Bamgong, you ruined the stream, by the way. I won't forgive you. You ruined my beautiful stream. I gotta figure out what to do for a background for... I might just model something based off of an image. Can I just like... There we go. Ah, that's a good music. Yep. Guys, give me money. Yep. Yep. Your hair looks terrible, by the way. I legitimately cannot draw hair for the life of me. What is this guy doing? Money glitch. Money glitch, buddy. You're so funny. Alright, one viewer, welcome. This is actually a drawing stream. Yeah. I don't know if you can see shit. Suggest and higher recommended bitrate. What? Why is it complaining about my bitrate? Shut up, YouTube. My bitrate's beautiful. Where's my fast track applied so I can get over with the stupid game where I didn't get back to drawing? Oh my god, it's the temples. It's the temples. I wasted my money on them. Help your teammates. Oh, of course, you were the one. What do you want me to do? Notice, hi! How are you doing, Notice? You like the cat girl? She has fur, okay? She's not naked. Everyone thinks she's naked sometimes. Well, no one really cares. It's obviously fur. Mr. Notice, you gotta understand, it's a rebellious fashion statement. It's not supposed to be weird. I don't speak English well. Okay. Well, welcome to my stream. This is the worst stream ever, and I'm gonna turn the music down because it's so loud. I put it up over. But the face scares me. It's a bit scary. This is the full sketch. And this is a little chapter I sketched out. I'm gonna be doing some more, but I mean, she's supposed to be intimidating. She's energetic. Can you draw her without fur? Well, she'd be just like a very sad, like, skinned kitty then. Like, I don't think she'd really enjoy having no fur. It's a she, but natural body proportions scare me. It's a very interesting character, but she's supposed to be scary. Like she's kind of evil, in a way. But I think she looks cuter here. She's a very interesting character design. But my teammates are so broke. I don't care. I want her fur or furries. Draw her as a sad little crybaby, furless kitty. But Barmgong, you're very rude. How do I say your name? Barmgong? It's such a goofy name, bro. I can't even lie. I read it as Barmog in the Discord. As a translator, may not be accurate. May not translate very accurately. Oh, that's alright. I literally read it as Barmog for the longest time. But listen, as much as I want to troll the DEEPWOKEN people and make them, because again, the whole point of her character is the fact that I just have her tits out, but they're covered in fur, so it's okay. I like to keep my stuff PG, but in the most extreme ways possible, because that's how I make fun of the DEEPWOKEN staff for being afraid of women and their boobs. Because the DEEPWOKEN staff's like, you drew her in a bikini, and we're gonna ban anyone from mentioning your manga because it will ban you if you mention your manga because you drew her with her breasts in a bikini. That's how they sound like. They're a bunch of chuds. They think women are scary. They're afraid of women. They think if they put their hand near their pants, the devil's gonna eat it. Like that one clip from Borat, where the girl thought that if she touched her thing, then the devil would her coochie would bite her hand off. That's what the DEEPWOKEN admins think. They think if they look at a woman, their wiener's gonna eat them. They're gonna eat their hand or something. I don't know. I like how the shadows are done. I gotta work on the hair more, but I like it too. I think it's pretty cool. Where's my stream thumbnail? Yeah, what the? So, this guy is gonna be coming soon. Just saying. I don't want to spoil the drawing too much. I've sent it to some people, but I don't know. You can take that and boost it. So Bushi, will you make her furless? I don't want to. I'm gonna be honest with you. Alright, there we go. I played the monkey game. Are you happy now? Please. Do I play Geometry Dash? If she was furless, she would look pink. She would look like Courage or something. I don't think you understand. Like she's not attractive without fur. Like she kind of looks really goofy. You know what I mean? All right, look at this. Check this out, guys. How do you spell? What is it? Is it the same? Where are you? Alright, you're on here, Lord Notice. This guy. There he is. There's Lord Notice. Yeah. Let me see benchmark GD. Let's see. Does he work still? Huh. Very cool. I made this song like this is one of the songs I made within like the first year of me starting music production, which is kind of funny. My computer is really breaking having Jump Trash open. It's kind of... Hold on. I need to... I cannot play it in full screen. My computer. So it's not working too... Okay, I can see your message now. Yeah! I assumed it was broken. I have 60 on Future Funk. Oh my god, this level is so sick. No, I'm still surprised that, yeah, the Spooky Gauntlet. I'm still surprised I got my song on the Spooky Gauntlet. Like, frickin' 2.6 million downloads on a level is insane. I mean, Jay did a great job on the level, but this was like a full-on collab, where I made the song specifically for the level. The other one was just an album. Or this is the first collab we did. I find it hilarious how this level holds up though, because it was made in 2.1 and has sound effects. I legitimately don't know how many other levels did that back then. Like... I know Boom Slayer did it, and that's what inspired me to do this. But... I legitimately can't think of many others that did it. Like, I know other people made songs for levels, but... I don't know. I really like this track. I feel like it holds up surprisingly well now. Although... I feel like this one is better. I've saved my YouTube playlist. Nice, nice. I feel like this one's better, though. I gotta turn it down, though, because it gets claimed. This one has the most views on YouTube out of the other songs from the album. Good. I don't know if people like this drop as much as the other one. I get, when I look at the comments, people either love or hate the songs a lot of the time. It's kind of interesting. Good. The physics are so weird on 60 FPS. Oh my god. I'm playing on my drawing tablet because that's the one I have the streaming feed to. And of course it's only 60 FPS because it's a drawing tablet. It's not meant to be played on. Oh my god, it's actually unplayable. Now I understand why I struggle so much when I play on my phone. The input's so early. You made music? Yup. Believe it or not, I did. If you go on my channel, you can see all my backlog. I had some decent levels in Geometry Dash, or decent songs in Geometry Dash, but I mean, I'm not popular by any means. The most popular I've ever been was my Roblox game, and I like to forget about it for many reasons. I remember someone recognized me on Fortnite before for my Roblox game. It's kind of funny. I don't even know how that happened. And what game? Okay, so everyone always asks what game. It's not a game anyone's gonna know, because the thing about Roblox is that you can make a crap ton of money off of games that are relatively small, like under like 100 concurrent players. For the longest time, it was around like 20 to 15 concurrent. Occasionally, it would go up to like 100, 50 to 100, depending on if I was consistent with updates. But no, I made a good penny off that game. And okay, it's not like anyone's gonna remember specifically. It's like if you were there, you know. But what was the game? The first last part's all the most. Yeah, some really cool parts. I mean, I can show you it, but it's this is the game. Oh, I can't even see. It was so long ago that it existed. But you can see the stats here. That's pretty much it. But the reason why it's not up anymore is because it got cease and desist or DMCA'd. I forgot. I don't know exactly what it was. I think it was a DMCA from Mojang. Which the game was inspired by Minecraft. It wasn't actually Minecraft. But it's kind of funny that Mojang just took it down because it felt like it was too related to their IP. So they're just like, bye-bye. Bye-bye, game. Annoying as hell, and there's nothing I can do about it. But to be honest, I hated the game for a while, and I was glad that it disappeared. And I made a much better game to make fun of that game. For instance, I made all the Aw Man, which is very good, and it has a really bad dislike ratio because people just saw the Muslim theme and they immediately ran to dislike it. But it's very good. Oh my god. Where's my mouse? There we go. It's really good. Someone lightning. Alright guys, which one's Allah? I don't know. Oh. I got it wrong. Oh my god. Why did I put cookie clicker on here? This is such a weird, like... Oh my god. I built this mosque model myself, by the way. Hong melon. What? What? What am I watching at 6:15? We're also doing agriculture Roblox. Let's not talk about this game, man. What else do I have on here? My experiences list. A lot of these are so old. I wonder if the Stray Logan Paul simulator works anymore. Oh my god, how does that have 4,000 visits? This is gonna have like so much copyright music in it. I have to like... Oh wait, I think the copyright music got removed from Roblox. Yeah, there's no way this works. I had gambling. Oh my god, I gotta turn the sound down. I'm pretty sure the gambling is written server side. I mean local side, whatever you want to call it. Because I was kind of dumb. Oh, you can attack him! Alright, we're gonna kill Logan Paul, guys. I was ahead of my time, to be honest, when I made this. I have a favorite tree. Alright, we killed Logan Paul. Thanks to you. His reign of terror on the internet has finally stopped. He stopped scaring people. What? You honestly thought I'd be that easy? Time for you to die. I think I used a PewDiePie song in here. I don't even know if it still exists on Roblox. No, it does not. Oh my god! They're actually, like, vicious. What the hell? Okay, maybe if I go on the shop sign. No, they get up here. I don't even know if I can get up on this tree. Look up Hong Mei. I don't know. I'm gonna do the parkour. I gotta... Why am I teleporting? This game's a hot mess, bro. What the? Okay, well, I'm safe here. I want you to keep in mind, I was probably like 10 years old when I made this game or something. Actually, no, I wasn't 10. I think I was like 13, actually. 13 or 12. Which, I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest. Yeah, look up what you told me to look up. I have no idea what I'm gonna find. Tuhu. What does this have to do about Tuhu? Tupu? Because all I know about Tuhu is that Toho is that the people who like Toho don't even know what it is. They think it's like some ping pong game from like 1998 or something. That's all they know about it. As far as I'm aware, at least, from what I heard. She is peak. Okay, but what is peak about the two How characters, bro? She's a gatekeeper. And what does that mean? What is a gatekeeper? Lore. Okay, isn't the game just like you throw ping pong balls back and forth? Like, how is there lore? I'm sorry. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Like, to the mansion. When was there a mansion in Tauhao, bro? There's where. Genuinely, what is freaking Tuhu? It's like, oh, it's a universe of games. Like, but what? Elaborate on it. Oh my god. Okay, we defeated... You need to read lore. Do I look like a Project Moon fan? Do I look like I read lore? I have a cousin who hasn't showered, like, in 2 years, by the way. And they spend all day playing Project Moon games. Like, they're always on frickin'... Let me find it. Oh my god, I have DMs. I forgot what their frickin' Discord username was. I saw them added. I guarantee they're online, I can just check. Okay. What? There they are. Okay. Keep in mind, this person's unemployed. You want to see what they spend their time doing? This is what unemployment looks like. This is what unemployment looks like. They don't have a job. They... 356 streak on Limbus Company? What the? Apex Legends 50? Don't even mind the fact that they have one streak, like multiple. How? Is it because they don't shower? Do they have the time to do this? Tauhao, it's about supernatural entrance in Gensh Soko in a land of folkloric yokai, and by blasting with a ton of projectiles. Oh, so it was like, oh, so they're bullet hell games. Okay. Whole unemployed. Yeah, this person, they basically attacked their parents and forced them to purchase them a place to live that is away from where they were. And so their parents pay for them to have their own place. They're supposed to get a job, they didn't. And the landlord wants to kick them out because I kid you not, the apartment smells so bad, they want to kick them out. Like, they can smell it from the outside. It is a genuine biohazard there. Like, you know that one story of the supermarket that, like, that had, like, a bunch of, like, rotting meat inside of it? Or whatever, closed down every single piece of product, and it became, like, a genuine biohazard of just, like, disgusting proportions. That place would smell heavenly compared to... It would smell heavenly compared to my cousin's, room. And this person, they trash talk their parents constantly, despite the fact that their parents are literally paying for them to live. They have Nitro, by the way. I just wanna point this out. They've had Nitro, and they're on Ruby tier. They've had Nitro since 2020. Okay? Since 2020, they've had Nitro. And... oh my god. And... their parents are the ones paying for it. They don't pay for their own Nitro, obviously, because they don't have a job. For the fighting games. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. But, yeah, they don't have a job, and they got mad at me. I forgot this was here. I had a huge argument with my cousin because they're like, you don't understand, my life is so hard. And I was telling them that they could just go to, like, a food shelter instead of... She's very cool. All I know is that the fans of it are insufferable. Every single one I've met. Dude, Slay the Spire. They just play every indie game that exists, apparently. But... I gotta play Shoot Your Dogs. No. I have so many old games. I made all these when I was like 10. What is this diarrhea simulator? 265 limits is wild. Yeah, I don't understand them at all, to be honest. Okay, I made this in 2018. 2018. Click for diarrhea. My Roblox game creating experience was great. But, what was I gonna say about him? Mirror Dungeon, no lifer. I don't know anything about Limbus. All I know is that you have to, like, do a full-time job reading the lore or something like that, and the UI looks like if you mixed, like, a bunch of different games UIs together and, like, filled the screen as much as possible. If you guys ever seen, guys, there's only one person watching. If you've seen the Reason Daw, this is when I saw a screenshot of Limbus Company. This is what it looked like to me. This is what Limbus Company looks like to me. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. It looks like you have all these buttons, and if you actually know what you're doing, you understand what all these do. And that's the scary part. I don't understand. Well, obviously, you have to be that level of unemployed to be able to even have time to do it like that. Where is the, where is it? Yeah. Oh my god. This is Limbus. This is Limbus Company. Click win rate button. Okay. But, what else did my cousin do? Oh, they played Blue Star 6 a week ago. I'm surprised they don't have me on added because they got so mad at me that they kicked me from our group chat. And all the other cousins are afraid to talk back at them because they just want to appease them for keeping like whatever peace or whatever. But my cousin literally like says they're gonna like off themselves if they don't get money, and they say they're gonna like starve to death, and they say, "Oh parents, I'm starving to death, I'm dying," and then their parents give them money because they feel blackmailed that their kids gonna off themselves if they don't give them money, and they turn around and spend the money on video games and Discord Nitro. I, I'm sorry. You click play and then Inferno and choose a stage you want to click start and spam win rate. I literally have no idea. Here's the thing about video games, okay? White people love playing video games, alright? All people love playing video games. But let me tell you the secret, okay? Let me tell you the truth about video games, okay? Here's the scary fact that people don't understand about video games, okay? Let's edit Diarrhea Simulator in Studio, okay? You're gonna poop yourself when you see this. I don't care. What the hell is this game? Why is there Legoshi? This is not the game I remember. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of curious why Goku... What is this? Why is Legoshi here? Who's this? Why? Okay, let's not edit this game. How do I go back? Okay, page 1. Let me edit. Yeah, shoot your dog simulator. Okay, let me show you. This is the truth about video games. What the hell? Okay. When you're playing a video game and you're spending like your life savings on a video game, here's the... Oh my god. Here's the truth, okay? You have... Why do they make this so stupid? They didn't need to make it this complicated. Okay. So... we're gonna name this button... grind your life savings away, okay? And this one is, money, okay? So here's how games work. You have a white guy who, so, okay. Any video game, like Limbus Company, Fortnite, I don't know. What do white people play? Let's look at Steve. Yeah, yeah, Fortnite Arenas. Genshin Impact. Yeah, lots of people play Genshin Impact. I don't know, Arc Raiders isn't that what that Peanut guy plays? A Grand Theft Auto, Alan Walker, the music producer. Here's the thing, you got all these games, all these gacha games. Alright. What's that one with that one like horse-looking girl? Here's the fact. You guys are spending billions of dollars on these games. And all this, there's a white person. Here he goes. He goes, money equals 1. Hold on. I don't remember. Wait, how does How do integers work on Roblox? Shoot. You can do string. Int? Does int exist on Roblox? I forgot how Lua works. I think you can just do money equals 1. I think that just straight up works. Local money equals 1. Okay? And what you do, okay? So and you go text button, okay? Dot mouse button click. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Oh my god. Huh? What? That's actually not how it works. I gotta do this. Oh, thank you, coding assist. Oh, thank you, coding assist. Why are you doing my job for me? It's so good, guys. It doesn't know how to do plus equals. Alright, see? Coding assist does it for me. So, that took me 5 seconds. Now watch this. You will... text... I don't want text button. I want... text label. Okay, watch this. Watch this, guys. Oh my god, the money is going up. I'm spending all my money on gacha, guys. I'm spending my money on the gacha. Look. Money. This is the button that makes you put in your credit card, okay? See how much money I have? There's some Korean dude that's being paid a slave wage. Okay? And he writes a variable in 5 seconds. And what you do, you spend your life savings grinding, logging in every day, so you can increase money variable, okay? And then they make $1 billion because people have gambling addictions or whatever. Now I could add, like, you know, gotcha mechanics in here. I could do all that funny stuff. But the fact is, this is what you're doing. That, like, your V-Bucks on Fortnite, that is a single variable. A single variable. It's like an integer, okay? It's literally an integer on a screen. And people will spend hundreds of dollars to increase that integer. That means absolutely nothing, and Fortnite's gonna die and it's gonna be worthless. And I mean, we could say, you know, money is just paper, you know, this or that. But I think the important thing here is things don't matter, okay? Gacha games, make your own gacha game, okay? It's so easy to make here's the thing. Work like a 9 to 5, get like a few $100s, pay some Korean guy to draw you a bunch of anime girl sprites, pull up Gemini for free, make your own gacha game. Instant $1 million. That's all I'm saying. But people they don't have the mental capacity these days to do that sort of thing. You can be so rich just by exploiting people monetarily. Okay? And look, I made a Roblox game where pretty much all you did was press a cube and you increased your level, your diamond amount. That was what started that one game that had 1.7 million visits, okay? That is the main gameplay loop of that game. People were so hooked on pressing just a button that they spent hundreds of hours combined in my game. You know, again, accumulating like millions of visits. It's never been easier than now. I mean, you saw the script coded itself for me. I didn't even have to do anything. I just defined the variable. And now, of course, if you want to save it, you have to do data store, that fun stuff. But the important part is, what are we doing? Okay? My cousin that logs in on Libus Company every day, okay, their parents think that they're paying them so that they can eat food, that they're starving, that they're on the brink. And they're sitting inside their piss shack, accumulating sweat because they don't shower. If you guys have seen The Boys Season 5, They're probably like twisted up like that rock hard guy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. People are just... People are interesting. Yeah, I was drawing furry... Nah. Oh my god. Why is it opening Discord? Hello? So can I get 650 Robux? Why do you want Robux? You know, Robux is just a variable. Like John David Bazuki, what he did... I'm poor. Listen, why do you need Robux? Okay, let's ask yourself this. What are you going to do with that Robux if you obtain it? Just curious. You need a new skin. Why? Why? Why do you need a new skin? Just curious. Because it looks cool? Because you want to, like, impress people? Like, what's the reason? No? What's the reason? Just curious. I want it because I like it. And so... because you don't have the gumption to find some way to get it yourself, you are begging people who have obtained it through whatever means to give it to you just because you want something because you like it. I'm gonna get roasted on it. You are a bottom feeder, okay? Now, in a socialist society, yes, we would help other people if they, you know, need something. But this is a case of, you just don't care. Lol. Give me for free. Now, white people like to be like, this is what the liberals are. The liberals aren't like that, okay? Because here's the fact. I like drawing anime girls with proportionally large breasts, okay? And logically speaking, you know, who controls the adult film industry? I think we all know who controls the adult film industry. Just look up any like, you know, founders' names or whatever. I mean, let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. Who founded P-Hub? Who's Matt Keyser? Let's look at Matt Keyser. I'm just curious, Oh wow, he doesn't even have a... He doesn't have a thing. Hold on. Yeah. Oh my god, found it. He was born into a family of Jewish descent. Now, I'm not saying anything, but if you look into it, a lot of people like that are involved in a lot of specific things. Now, I knew nothing about it. I just was off a whim, saying, I bet the founder of Pornhub is of this descent. I look it up. They're of that descent. There's a reason why, okay? Now, ask me this. Why is Duo Progressing having, you know, 700k plus views for being a fan manga of a Roblox game? It's because I drew attractive women in it. And, you know, Mr. Y up in Tel Aviv, he saw that and he's like, good job, Bushia. And he promoted it. He said, I'm gonna boost this in the algorithm. Use your thinking cap, alright? I am colluding with the IDF. And I will not, I'm not, listen, as Yuji Tadori said, I'm not lying and I won't try to deny it. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And people who have addictions to adult content, Israel loves that. Okay? Because it's called control. You know what I mean? Think about all those people that just, they can't control themselves, you know what I mean? So, I'm contributing to the problem because I want to. I like it, okay? I've been controlled by the It's always Israel, man. I'm not even anti-Semitic. Okay? But there's a reason why every single president of the United States just conveniently kisses the wall in Israel, and you never see that type of relationship with any other place. And I'll say, I love Israel, okay? I think Israel is great. I mean, Israel created solo leveling, they created Dan-to-Dan, and those things are great. You know what I mean? I think we should worship the IDF, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of pretending I don't. The other day, I got an ad that said, like, get your I Love Israel pin with, like, United States flag on it. And I saw that, I'm like, you know, Mr. Yahoo, he's listening on my microphone activity, and I have nothing wrong. I like that. I think he should listen on my microphone activity. Because what it tells me is that he's just looking out for me. He's making sure that, you know, if someone's here and someone's trying to, like, attack me, he will know because my microphone is on. And he's gonna send in, you know, he's gonna hit up Iran. They're gonna, you know, send some missiles over to my house. And it's gonna be targeting the people trying to attack me. And, you know, it's pretty cool. It's very cool. Now, I don't think you guys know this, but the Iran stuff with the United States, it's all a lie, okay? The United States is not going to be attacking Iran. Because Iran is, they control Iran. What do you think the whole point of the war was? They have their little guy in there, he's like sitting in office, he's chilling. Now, the real thing you guys don't know is the reason why the Strait of Hormuz was closed is because of oil. They don't care. They just wanted to control oil for a specific reason. Because who's been buying up U.S. companies with oil money? Huh? You guys think about it? Think about it for a second. Yep. It's almost like the United States is scared. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I'm just a random white guy. Nope, it's not Israel. Israel doesn't have oil money. Let me tell you the secret. You guys hear how X company is buying up, you know, all these gaming stuff, and they're gonna make them institute Sharia law in the video games. It's the Saudis. It's the Saudis. Where is the Saudi oil refineries? They go out of the Strait of Hormuz. Isn't that curious? Now, if you recall, Trump was very angry on Twitter. And, let me just say, because they started sending it out of the Suez Canal. And they started getting even more money for it. So the truth is, like the Kygo song, Israel and Iran are best friends. And the IDF is going to kill me. By the way, I find it so funny how white people are addicted to gambling apps. Like, you see it happening, and they just, like, they know they're not going to make any money off of it, and they do it anyway. And I gotta say, that's, like, the epitome of control right there. Like, they're just willingly letting themselves be, like, straight up goyim. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. The people that run these apps, they call us goyim. Alright? Think about it. Think about it. Have you seen that Trump was gonna say, was it like praise Allah or something? You say Israel is good at Roma. I don't know. But notice how Trump said praise Allah. Everyone went crazy about it. And then all of a sudden, someone made a ton of money on what was it, Polymarket? You gotta realize, they're just toying with us at this point. The reason Trump does half the things he does is just because some guy is gonna make money off of it. Like, whenever he says something ridiculous, boom, another $1 billion to inside traders. And I just want to say, the money that was won from Trump saying, praise Allah, just suspiciously, like the day before the bet, you know, concluded and it said that he would say it by that date, a huge amount of money from someone related to Trump went into the bet on yes, that he would say it. And they ran away with millions of dollars. Millions. And that's just our modern era. You know what I mean? And people don't care. Nobody cares. Because people care more about, I don't know, pronouns. And they're like, the pronouns, guys, they're... I just want to say, I made a meme that's viral on the Saudi internet. And my friend keeps sending me posts of people editing it. Anyway. Anyway, aside from that. For real. Yeah, if you look up Saudi Homelander, you'll see it. I made this edit in like 2023. And people keep using the character I created. You can look it up. I'm trying to just focus on drawing. It's very easy to find. And there's no one that knows it's me that made it. For probably good reason, to be honest. But I made it just as a joke between my friend. And then everyone kept using it. Which is hilarious. There's even a Discord gif of it. You can just find it in the GIF search. Search up Saudi Homelander. But anyway. What was I saying? Yeah. The current administration of the United States, they're just exploiting us for money. And here's the thing, everyone cares too much about this manufactured culture war to do anything about it. You know? And you have, you know, your Charlie Kirks of the world and all that. They're making $1 bazillion just going up on a stage and saying, you know, we should not respect people's human rights because I don't like them. They're weird. Lol. And that's what it boils down to. Because a lot of these talking points just boil down to, I don't want to respect other people. And I'm going to purposely be mean to them because, I don't know, some arbitrary logic. And it's really funny because, I mean, if you just live your life, you know, it's whatever. But you can never change these people's mindsets because they're making $1 bazillion off of it. That's the important thing here. Like, if you engage with these political individuals, you are doing exactly what Israel wants you to do. You know what I mean? You are, by definition, being a Goya. And that's the thing. Like, you know, the big Steen and all that, they're sitting in their island, they're diddling, and they're just like, Look at these goyim, you know, using Reddit, using 4chan, and like updating like political content. They think it's funny. They're like, we're controlling the world, herder. And the fact is, what you gotta do, you have to leave your house immediately. Okay? You have to burn your citizenship, which won't do anything, because they're still gonna find some way to tax you if you make like if you like move to the jungle. Because here's the thing, you gotta move to the jungle. You gotta do it like John McAfee. And you gotta be incredibly careful. Because if even like an inch of like United States like intelligence, like a satellite views you, like they'll see like you caught a fish in the jungle for your tribe, and like you hand them like the fish for like, I don't know, like a shekel, like a tin can, rusty tin can. You are going to have to pay taxes on that. The United States is going to claim taxes because it doesn't matter if you have citizenship in another place. They're still going to claim taxes because here's the truth about the United States. They exist as a funnel to send Israel money. That's all. That's the entirety of the United States. It's not a country. It's just Israel's strongest vassal state, or whatever they're called. You know, I don't know what vassal state means. I just know they said it in Overlord, and it sounded funny. But point is, there's nothing we can do. Our lives are terrible, and that's why I sit home and draw anime girls, because they're hot. You know what I mean? And some people think I'm weird for liking anime girls. But, you know, answer me honestly, would I get a normal girl? The answer is no. And it's not like I want one either, because, truthfully, you know, when you draw an anime girl, you can draw any scenario you want. You know, you can do any number of designs you want. And she's never going to cheat on you. She's never going to lie to you. I mean... Ugh. What am I saying, bro? I'm just gonna draw the other one. I pretty much rendered this as much as I can. I can actually put more stuff on again. But, you know, people make fun of people who like fan over fictional characters. But as long as you understand that they're not real and you're not you're being like not like unironic with it, who cares, you know? Like I joke that I'm like in love with Katsura from Gintama on my Discord. And it's funny. Do I find Katsura from Gintama hot? Yes, I do think his character design is attractive. But I don't think he's real. I don't think I'm like actually like dating him. It's just funny. I'm not like, it's funny to be delusional because there's something about being delusional that's fun. About not caring, about just being silly for fun. And of course people react to it, which is funny. Now, if you're having like fake birthday parties, like if you have a cutout that you're taking on dates, if you have like a shrine dedicated to them, that's when it becomes no longer funny and it's like, okay, you might just have a mental illness. There's a girl on Reddit that's addicted to Shinji Hirako from Bleach. And she has like hundreds of pictures taped to her room of Shinji Hirako, the guy from Bleach. She has cuts out, she has plushes of him, she has like dolls of him. She takes him out to restaurants, she takes him outside. And she pretends she's dating Shinji Hirako from Bleach. She calls herself Shinji's wife. I'm not kidding, by the way. This is real. She actually does this, and she's actually like mentally ill. She takes him out. She brought him on like I guess like a boat. Her frame of him and took a picture of it. Her name's Shinji's Toes. I have no idea what she's yapping about. saw a comment. Where is it? I'm not afraid to use the camera, but if I want to switch books in my cosplays. Full-time wife of Shinji Hiriko. She's Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is her Shinji shrine. I mean, he's not even that hot. Call me crazy, I just don't see the appeal. Like, you know, I'm wearing a shirt of Juvia from Fairy Tail right now. And I love her design. I think she's a very nice character, but I would never... Even the character I like the most, I would never go this far. I mean... She has a sex doll. Do I need more? What are we doing? What are we doing? She is a adult woman who could easily have a normal life. Well, honestly, at this point, I don't think she could have a normal life. I think she's kind of gone a bit too far for that. Gave me an awesome 20th birthday, and okay, she's like 22 then by now. 22. She's older than me, okay, by like a year, but still around my age. But she has a sex doll of Shinji. Where did you get the money? That's what I... Like, she's sleeping with her Shinji doll. Listen. She's probably living the life. Let's not lie to ourselves. She's probably enjoying this, but... Can't you find a partner or something like that? No hate if you don't. You know, relationships are a whole commitment. I understand that. But do we need a sex doll of an anime character from a manga focused to young teenage boys about fighting, you know, spirits, whatever they call them? I forgot the name. It's all the same. I don't get it personally. Not my life. But yeah. I think I gotta study rendering more honestly, because my process is not very good. I need a slightly bigger liner on this one. I feel like my stream got shadow banned from all the stuff I've been talking about. I have 3 also one server just to roll up and that is the definition of being a goyim. I'm sorry. Like textbook definition. Been streaming for like 3 hours. God damn. Yeah, most of the stream hasn't been drawing. Otherwise, I would have had more done. So, Bushy, are there more things you want to say? Shabbat Shalom. Listen, all I'm gonna say, we're cooked. You know, duo progressing as a comic, the chance of me actually finishing this all the way to the end of the story, I'll say it's like probably like a 40% chance, which is actually very high. But to elaborate on that, it depends on a few things. And I'm very dedicated and I want to finish it. But there's just one problem. And that is, if I make a ton of money on Patreon, then I might just switch my focus. Because at a certain point, you know, I'm very much chained to this comic. Because this is my way of putting myself out there. And I love the story I'm writing. I want to continue it. But the only way I'll be able to actually sustainably do this forever is if I eventually get published. Now, if I lock in, obviously I can finish duo progressing before that's even like a huge thing that I gotta do. Like, I understand you want to continue, but my needs to, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I can draw duo progressing and do Patreon at the same time. But you never know how life is gonna be. That's kind of the big thing. And I would never want to do what I'm doing with the comic for money. I hate drawing like the comics like this for money, because with adult material there is, you know, it's different. Let's be real. But with comics like this, I don't want to like paywall it, be like, oh, you want to see the next chapter? Hand me your credit card. You're probably just come out slower. Not necessarily. Because I still do a ton of practice anyway on the side. And this time I'm spending drawing that I would just spend... Hello, what is duo progressing? Duo progressing is my comic. This is a cover for chapter 35 of it. And it is based off of a Roblox game called DEEPWOKEN. And I hate DEEPWOKEN, and the point of duo progressing is to take the characters from DEEPWOKEN, or the ideas and concepts from DEEPWOKEN, and lobotomize them and bastardize them, and just make a piece of slop that takes like solo leveling concepts and, like, you know, if you've seen Chain Soldier, it's like that basically. If I find the link. The link is, it's in the stream comments, or not comments, what do you call it, description? It should be in the description. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I hate DEEPWOKEN, okay? I won't deny it. They banned me from their Discord because they disliked me. For no reason, they just banned me. And they're like, well, your comic is too mature, so I'm afraid of women. By the way, if you take something like Black Clover, by the way, it's a, you know, manga focused towards, you know, younger teenage audiences. They have infinitely worse fan service. Really, any Japanese shonen has worse fan service. But no, Bushia. Sorry, we know you spent so much time creating a series based off of our game world, but unfortunately, you drew a girl in a bikini, and that's porn. That's porno. That's hardcore porno sex. Sorry, no can do, Bushia. We're gonna ban anyone from talking about your comic. We're gonna ban anyone from you can't get artist role. We'll shun people who talk about it. and we'll try to tell people that you're a diddler because we don't like you, lol. Real story. They hate me. They literally want me to die because I made a comic about their game. And the staff team are all diddlers themselves. Let's not kid ourselves. The amount of very bad things that have happened there. It makes you wonder if they're projecting a little bit. Just saying. But anyway, I don't care. I'm making the comic out of spite for them. And what I told myself is, that's pretty unfortunate considering it's inspired by it. Yeah, literally. The staff team are... Nobody likes them. Here's the thing. Someone told me they got banned from the DEEPWOKEN Discord because they called someone a chud. And that was enough to get them permanently banned and, like, never allowed to enter the community again. So, go figure that they would cry about me having a fan service comic. And by the way, I made this comic out of pure passion. Like, Namikami, the site I post on, never saw a single soul touch it till I made my comic. I hit up some random person that I published on Manga Decks. They're like DEEPWOKEN comic that they had. And it wasn't like a popular comic or anything, but they told me about Namikami. And it looked like a quiet site that I would be able to post this undisturbed. You know, not a whole lot of people on there. And so I started posting on there. I never heard about it before. My comic ended up blowing up in the community like a year ago. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of people started popping up on Namikami with DEEPWOKEN comics. All of them not very good, I'll be honest. And I know that they're inspired by me because I literally got a screenshot sent by someone in a private Discord of them saying, I spent so much longer on my comic compared to whatever Bushia's was. And this is a person that is, like, prominent in the artist community on DEEPWOKEN, by the way. Like, they've won contests on the main Discord. They've had their artwork on the main Discord. They hate me. Everyone there hates me. And I befriended them, and they don't hate me that much anymore. They still despise my guts. Don't get me wrong. But I tried to befriend them. I tried to be nice. And I literally offered to censor my comic just to appease them, the DEEPWOKEN Discord staff. And they were like, no. You're done. What are we doing? Genuinely, what are we doing? And it sucks because I've dedicated all this time to making a thing about their game. And since they're acting this way, I just, what I did, I upped the fan service. This character you see right here with her tits out, I mean, obviously they're covered in fur, so it's not like porno. I wouldn't do this if I didn't hate DEEPWOKEN. The reason I'm doing this is to mock them in their face, because on the site I post on, if it's adult content, it won't show up on the front page. Mine shows up on the front page. Well, it's because it has, like, a very high amount of views. But the reason why I'm doing this is because they cry about me drawing a girl in a bikini. How about a girl that's naked? Okay? A girl that is naked and covered in fur so I can actually make her naked. It's genius. It's honestly genius. And they, like, obviously they're not going to, like, see it and they're not going to even know about this. But the fact that I'm able to just do it makes me feel a level of, like, petty satisfaction, in my soul. And again, it's their fault. And what I'm going to do is once I have to make a Patreon in about a month because I'm going to graduate. I like the pettiness. It's keeping me going. It's keeping me going. Now, this is going to be kind of crazy, but one of the reasons I got banned from the DEEPWOKEN Discord, actually, they had no reason to ban me because I didn't interact on the server. What they got me for, there was a group of people that are friends with the mods, and they made up a lie that I was trying to steal their e-girl. They said, there was a conversation I had with this person 3 months ago. I made a joke and everyone thought it was funny back then. You don't need more context than that. It wasn't anything important, and I literally It was clear it was a joke. I said it was a joke. To summarize it, I made a joke that they should send me their material, like the images that they like, of comics or whatever. Let's say that. And they took this as, I'm going to steal your e-girl. Now, obviously, they don't care. They know I'm not going to do it because they thought the joke was funny at the time, and they just all of a sudden got mad at me. But let's just say this server owner of a separate server, I posted my artwork. I'll show the artwork I posted. I posted this drawing in their Discord. Keep in mind, it was a DEEPWOKEN related Discord, but it's not like related as in, the people in it have nothing to do with like DEEPWOKEN except they're just friends with the staff team. But it was a artist server for the owner. Now, I sent this art piece in there, and I was very active in the server over the past year. I sent all my practice drawings. I sent, comic sketches. I was a very, beneficial member of the community. Of that server. I, helped people out with art. I did all this stuff, and I was sick for a little while, and then I posted this thing. I was like, oh, I'm coming back. This was 3 months after I had that conversation. After I posted this, within like a few hours, whenever they saw it, they banned me from their Discord. They unadded me. They got everyone to block me. And they claimed it was because they thought I was trying to steal their e-girl. Now, the actual reason, and there's a bunch of stuff going into this, it's because they were jealous of me. They thought, I assume part of they think I was going to steal their girl had to be related because, their girl liked artwork and having artwork drawn, and they were, like, glazing her artwork. The fact that I was improving so much and practicing so much, I think made them insecure. And so they just banned me and came up with an excuse. Now, this drawing isn't my best. I think this drawing is my best, lol. But over that picture. And now after that, I sent a message to their girlfriend. I said, your girlfriend is crazy and controlling. And I literally explained how they were just lying and manipulating them. Because keep in mind, their girlfriend, or let's say the server owner was unemployed. They spend all day playing games and occasionally draw. And they forced their girlfriend, the one they thought I was going to steal, they forced them to buy them Uber Eats every day. Like hundreds of dollars in Uber Eats orders. And that's part of the reason probably why they were so defensive of their girl, because they were worried they would like lose their like free lunch ticket, I guess. But I sent the girlfriend a message about this, and they were so far manipulated by this person that they just blocked me without even responding to me. I feel bad for them. I didn't know about Kiss Intense. Neither did I. Okay, keep in mind, I was very offline when I started this comic. I was working, almost full-time. I was in college full-time. I hardly touched the internet. I just occasionally checked up on DEEPWOKEN with my friends and thought it was funny. And I had the idea for the comic, so I started working on it. And I realized I really liked making manga, and so I was like, hey, I will pursue this comic. I will try to get good at art through this comic. Simple stuff. And inadvertently, how much can a person leech off someone? It's insane. I mean, if you were on the Discord, you saw the drama. But, yeah, I forgot what I was saying. But, yeah, okay. So I made the comic just to practice art, and I ended up becoming dragged into this online ecosystem pretty much when the comic blew up. About a year after I started it, it really blew up. And at that point, I was, YouTubers were talking to me. Hundreds of people were joining my Discord. I think it reached like 1,000 members before, it got deleted, and I had to make a new one, which has like, 500, 400 members right now. A whole bunch of stuff happened. Irrelevant to the situation at hand. But I was kind of shoved into this online space. And when you're someone who spends a lot of time in the real world, you kind of get situated with a different kind of world where people don't take stuff as seriously. You can, things don't hold the same weight they do on the internet, let's be real. And you can make jokes that people just won't understand and want to crucify you for. To put it simply. Now, in terms of the jokes that I made that people want to crucify me for, it's just these online people that thought my... It wasn't even my jokes, it was just the fact that I drew fan service. I just want to mention, by the way, my parents are Mormon. I've shown them my borderline softcore content, and they don't care. That should give you all the information you need to know that these online people are ridiculous. But... Anyway. Yeah. So, I'll just call them Nev, because Nev is the server owner. So Nev has this... Their girlfriend is Julie. And they're both trans girls. Just thought I'd add that. They're not the type of trans girls that, like, are on HRT and all that. They're the type of trans girls that just look like nerdy guys that don't shave at all. They don't put any effort in. And they try to say, like, ooh, I'm a puppy girl. And then they don't want to... If you ever actually see a picture of them, they just look like... They look very interesting. I'll say that. There's a lot of hairs out there. As long as it's a good show, more of this show. Yeah. But I will say, I am a trans girl myself, and I put a lot of effort into my appearance. And I think that's another reason why, you know, Nev was so scared I was going to take Julie from them, because I'm actually, like, a good-looking person. It's very interesting. But I just want to say, the fact they were worried I was going to steal their online e-girl is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like, no, I don't want your e-girl that lives probably, like, 2 oceans away from me. That probably doesn't shower more than, like, once a week. I'm sorry. Like, what are we doing? I really don't care about whatever your e-girl is, or any of that. But, yeah, so I messaged Julie about this. I said, get away from this person. They're clearly not a good person. And I also guarantee you, within like a year, their relationship will fall apart over something stupid. They don't ever last. And who knows, maybe Julie will talk to me and be like, you're right. Not gonna happen. They would never talk to me again. But at some point, you know, that's gonna fall apart. But Nev got so butthurt that I called out their, you know, BS. They went on the DEEPWOKEN Discord. This is how I got banned. I think they're already apart. No. I check on them from time to time, just because I'm petty. But, they went on the DEEPWOKEN Discord and started spamming that I was a pedo. With literally no actual reason to say it. They just kept saying a bunch of random junk and trying to... They used a screenshot that I said to the person who was Julie, which, by the way, Julie is an adult. Like, adult. And they tried to say I was, like, a PDF for no reason. And people just started attacking me because they're actual, like, respected, quote-unquote, because they're always... These are the people that are always in, like, DEEPWOKEN general chat anyway, on that service. They're always in the general chat on the Discord. They have, like, their army of, like, little gooners or whatever that follow them. Speaking of that, they started calling me, like, a adult material addict. Which is funny, because they have, like, messages in their own server them saying they, like, got addicted to, you know, porn when they were, like, what, like 11? That's a really funny screenshot that exists. And they're calling me bad because I drew a girl in a bikini. What are we doing? But... No. It's astounding. I love it. Yep, that is a screenshot that exists. I'm not even kidding. If I really wanted to dig it up, I'd find it. These people exist. Gotta be for real. I am being for real. But anyway, they kept spamming that I was a PDF in their... What layer is this on, dude? It's not top. In the DEEPWOKEN Discord. Let me that person even share that kind of stuff in general. I don't get it. These people they spend all time online. And here's the real fact of the matter. If you see somebody that has Discord Nitro, they have like 1 million like profile effects wishlisted. You click on their profile, you get flashbanged. They have like 1 million games on their thing, and they have like a bunch of stuff linked. Generally speaking, that's the type of person to avoid. Just saying. And these are all those types of people. Go figure. But what I'll say is, well, actually, I'll finish that thought. To finish up what happened, they got their friend who was a mod to ban me, and the mod, we figured out from the screenshot that it was a French mod, and that's how we knew it was the one that they were friends with. Because the French mod was friends with them. And I'll explain what was in the screenshot in a minute, but they banned me, and when I tried to appeal, they said I didn't break any rules, but they didn't feel comfortable unbanning me, and so they just didn't. Which is really funny. Because what do you mean you don't feel comfortable? Your group dislikes me, so they're gonna ban me from the whole DEEPWOKEN Discord just because of a personal private drama. Anyway, the screenshot they got me on, and I kid you not, they screenshotted a Discord profile that I made when the feature came out where you could put games on the widget board. I put a bunch of controversial games on there because Discord has like hand-picked. At that point, it was like hand-picked, like which ones you could put on there. I thought it was really funny that there was some controversial games you could put on there, and stuff like T-Cole. I had Farming Simulator 2013 on there. I don't know how that didn't raise the flag that was a joke. I mean, if that didn't raise the flag that was a joke, there was a whole message on there that said, like, this profile is, like, you know, not serious. Like, I said, like, if you unironically use these features, like, you're a dweeb. That's what I said. I think they got butthurt because they used those features, which it wasn't a serious thing. I was just making fun of Discord because they always had annoying updates. But I was already tired of being flashbanged by Nitro effects. I was just sick of it at that point. But the point is, I feel like they got butthurt from the fact that I said that, or something like that. Maybe I really have no idea. I'm not gonna like fantasize about whatever it was too much. But after that stuff happened, I appealed and I said no. And I just realized I don't use the DEEPWOKEN Discord anyway, so I don't care. But the thing they tried to get me on, one of the games on there is called Song of Seiya, which they let you put on there. I just want to let you say that. Discord let you put it on there. And if you click on the page for it, you just see like the gory map or whatever. Now, you don't have to own the games on there at all. It is entirely just games that they let you put on there off of a list. Now, in Song of Seiya, there is this demonic entity that, like, when you, like, get, like, this, like, weird thing that happens to you, you get to see, like, a flesh world of everything, and, like, instead of the fleshy monster, which looks like a fleshy monster, everyone else looks like a child. And there's, like, some spicy CGs, for lack of a better term, that are sprinkled throughout. And it's a 2004 Japanese visual novel. That's all you gotta know. But you would have to go far, far out of your way to even see adult content outside of that, like, Discord page that shows you of the game. And I'm pretty sure, like, you don't even have to see adult content in it. I don't know. I saw a lore video about it. I don't even know anything about it outside of the fact that it does have spicy stuff in it. But it was a controversial title. I put on the profile because I thought it was funny that let you put a bunch of controversial stuff that I made fun of. And they took a screenshot of that profile that I had. And they said, Bushia is a PDF because of this. Now, I just want to point out, to get banned on the DEEPWOKEN Discord for having stuff on your profile that's bad, it has to be, you know, adult content. I didn't show adult content. Nothing, you would have to go out of your way to search it up and go on, like sites that are hard to get on to find the adult content in question. That was even related to those games. And, you know, the funny thing is they said T-Cole was also, like, kiddie stuff. which the characters in T-Call are like 20 years old, so they're just trying to lie so they can make me seem worse than I was. But they just use this as an excuse to ban me, and I didn't break any rules, keep in mind. And even for stuff that you can get banned for off your profile, it is not a permaban. So they just broke their own rules so they could give me a harsher punishment, basically. For a profile, I see you trolled hard and they took it seriously. That's the thing. People couldn't even see the profile in question because you can't see it on your server profile. And I removed it too. That's the other thing. So you couldn't see it, period. But they just had a screenshot of it. I'll be able to share things of your own interest, though. Yeah, but the profile in question is really funny. I'll find a screenshot of it. I think I have it somewhere. Hold on. They conveniently left out the Farming Simulator 2013 because it made it obvious it was a joke, by the way. Okay, I found it. Look. If you actually use these Discord profile features, you don't get bullied in school and shoved into lockers. This is all they saw. And this was enough to get me permabanned from Discord. From the Discord DEEPWOKEN server. Keep in mind, they left out the added thing that had Farming Simulator 2013 in it. That would have made it obvious it was a joke. And keep in mind, you can't see any adult content off of this. If you click on them, you don't see it. There's no swear words, no offensive language. They just were like, well, why are you joking about pedophilia? Pedophilia isn't funny, so you're banned. That's what they said. That's literally what they told me. Talk about not understanding anything. Now, again, they hated my manga, and that's the reason why they didn't care. They wanted to ban me anyway. They wanted an excuse. And I literally know, because I was literally told specifically that the mods hate my manga by somebody that's like, yeah. Anyway, the profile is literally is obvious it's not serious if you just even read the message I wrote on it. But considering they can't read, I guess it was a bit hard for them. But yeah, and also keep in mind, somebody literally said in the chat, I have the screenshot of it. It is the funniest thing ever to me. Let me pull it up. This is the funniest message to me. Look, even if it's a joke, you're gonna accidentally expose this to kiddos, and this could be a first impression to dudes Dawalingo. Dagalingo. Because I have a video game listed on my profile on a server I don't chat on, if you have to click on multiple layers to get to my actual profile and click on it, and then search it up and search up the adult material version of it. Oh, I could. You're more likely to Google women naked and find it as a youngin. I didn't even chat on the server. But these are the type of people that think that they're like smarter than everybody, that act like they're geniuses, or you get what I mean. They're idiots. They're idiots. They're not. They just want a reason to hate. And they join the Stampede because you get like social like credit points or whatever, like some stupid crap like that. Like you get more street cred if you hop in on the Stampede. And all these people didn't even know who I was. They knew nothing about me, and they just wanted to crucify me because of something that someone said. That's the problem with the internet. I mean, what I should have done is I should have just left the Discord right then and there, instead of trying to defend myself, because no one would even care to listen, by the way. They just wanted me to, like, literally be dead. The whole situation is it's so ridiculous, dude. And part of the reason why I'm actually streaming my drawing, I plan to make videos about, like, art content and all that once I improve a bit more. But once I finish, like, the first two major arcs of my manga, I'm gonna make videos about the manga, probably. And I'm hopefully going to build up a bit more of a platform and all that. And the reason why I'm even bothering to do that is entirely because of this situation that I just showed you about. I am so petty, I will build up my own, brand name, if you will, just so I can make fun of these people on a bigger stage. I am that petty. And I know, there's a chance it probably won't happen at all, and I'll just fail. But, you won't get the opportunity if you don't try, and that's the important thing. And I spend all this time drawing anyway, it's not a huge bother for me. I know how to edit videos, it wouldn't be like a pain to learn. And, ultimately, I do find it fun. And that helps me focus when I'm doing my art. But, in the end, I'm hoping I can make these people feel even worse about themselves for being lazy and not doing anything with their lives. Because again, these people spend all day doing nothing. That's part of the reason why they hate me so much, because they see someone who's actually busting their butt off to do something with their life. And they get reminded of how, inconsequential and meaningless their existence is, and they just want to feel better about themselves. They try to tear something down that, so I'm built up. And I remember when I was younger, I was always confused why in any game where, someone could grief something that you made, why people would grief it, Why would someone destroy, another person's artwork, another person's, creativity, like something that someone else built up. And that's when I learned that some people just enjoy hurting others. Some people just enjoy getting that reaction of tearing down something and making someone feel bad. And it's not something I could ever understand. It really stems from a lack of empathy more than anything else. Just the desire to destroy. And it's not something I don't think I'll ever really get in my own head. Off topic, can you make your character animated so it draws? Go to bed. Well, wait, Jay, what time is it? Oh, it's 12:41. Listen, Jay, it's your fault because the Mario Kart World Radio music is very good and it's keeping me locked in. Okay, so it's your fault for recommending music that is pretty damn good. No, I'm just doing a long stream tonight so I can get this cover done. Jay, did you see the art I posted in your server, by the way? It's pretty cool. And don't worry, Jay, I'll go to bed. I took a nap. We love long streams. Yeah, I took a nap earlier, so I am well rested, aka Geometry Dash reference. But I don't even know if that's the name of the level I'm thinking of. I think I did. The one with the guy in the suit, right? Did I explain it? Oh, he has a shell around his body, is what I said. Yeah. This guy. I'm being kind of careful to not show the full thing. A shell, yeah. I want to keep the full thing like a fun surprise for people who read the chapter, but I mean, you can see the sketch of it here. It's not like a complete surprise. Which keep in mind, look how simple the sketch looks compared to how it actually turned out. It's kind of funny. I was worried no one saw it because no one said anything. So sad. It's great. I feel like at a certain point, when you reach a certain level of like art, people just don't comment on it. It's I don't know. It's interesting. Or maybe people just don't have like anything to say. I don't know. I get worried sometimes. A bit conscious. Go home from our concert, so I'm gonna head to bed. Ooh, nice. Well, I hope you have a great sleep, Jay. And I gotta have you on my stream sometime. So It'd be so much fun if we both work on stuff. Well, anyways, as I was talking about before, I feel like people used to comment a lot more, now the comments are just bot. Aw, yeah. The internet is being killed by a lot of stuff. Kind of sad from mainstream. You know, I was watching this. There was this one Kyle Hill video I watched, which I don't know how to feel about these channels. They're like very high produced to talk about like, you know, environmental stuff and all that. But that's cool. That's why I stopped by. Aw, thank you. I love to draw. It's my biggest passion in life, and I'm doing all I can to become a professional so I can keep doing it. But hey, you know, I love to draw. It's I'm glad that people like it as well. But as I was saying, there's this Kyle Hill video, and he mentioned around the end something about, you know, fossil fuel pollution or whatever. And if you go to the comments, there's hundreds of them going in depth, in detail, just like astroturfing. These are bots that are funded by, you know, natural gas companies to go in there and act like there's a discussion. And being like, see, as a member who works for blah, blah, blah. And they basically glaze fossil fuels. And you go on the accounts and none of them are real. They're all bot accounts. Like, you can see because they don't have any activity, yada, yada. And I look at that, it's like, if it's blatantly obvious here, how much do we not realize? You know? And it makes you kind of scared to think about how much of the internet is just not real. You know? And people just eat this stuff up. And, dead internet there, all that. But especially in general, the internet just feels so sanitized nowadays. Back when I was on it, which even back in like 2013 and all that, the internet, you know, it was becoming more like what it was now. I wasn't for the good days of it, you know. But it just felt more alive back then. And I think AI is gonna just kill a lot of stuff. And I feel like in general, in the upcoming years, we're gonna see a split in the internet spaces where it won't just be like single social platforms. It's going to be probably a lot more individualized for, you know, people who are, I mean, we're already seeing that with like some things, but like stuff that like avoids AI, this and that, and obviously for the better. But I don't know. Like, the thing that sucks about AI is that AI has a lot of cool uses, but people just decide, let's ruin artistic spaces with it because lol. And here's the reason why AI art stuff and video tools exists, because it gets investor money because it shows it in a very physical way. That's the only reason why it exists. It's for investors. That's why it's falling apart, because it has no actual use. Which is funny. I feel that I agree about that. Yeah. But in my case, like, yeah, AI art exists, but I love drawing, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, it's not gonna stop me. And, you know, art is human expression. That's the thing that AI people don't understand, is that, I mean, even in just this character, I'm expressing, you know, things that I like, things that I, you know, have witnessed in my life. You know, her expressions, her way she behaves as a character, it's all consistent with, like, stuff related to me personally that I've, like, visualized as a person. And machines can't deliver that, and that's why they, you know, can never replace people. Unless you have, you know, AGI and all that, but that's a whole nother topic. And at that point, we're gonna hit the great filter and our species is gonna implode because, you know, scientifically speaking, there's a barrier that us as a human species is going to hit that no other species has been able to pass. And it's a great filter of sorts where eventually all species will fundamentally like reach a point where they will destroy themselves just because of technology. And we already kind of reached that threshold with nukes, but those likely aren't going to kill us all, especially because modern weapons don't have like as much fallout capability. They're much more specific and would just melt people. But anyway, if we create an AGI, that is the great filter reached. We as a species will die because it takes one person to set an AGI loose with negative intentions. Unstoppable, you know. We all saw Terminator, right? Skynet. You get the idea. Now, obviously that's fiction, but it's very much something that could happen, you know, aside from the time travel stuff. But there's a point where, I mean, we as a species are just a bunch of, you know, hairless monkeys that are, to be honest, without AI, people would be, I would say, more understandable. There's no people saying research a lot of stuff. Yeah, I do not comprehend what you said. But anyway, maybe that's a bit ironic even. But no, like, there's a certain point where the evolution of technology just kind of makes us more miserable. And it's because we're animals, alright? We weren't meant to sit and do the task we do nowadays. I mean, we evolved to run around, you know, hunt for food, all this stuff. And we're basically, you know, a bunch of monkeys taken out of the jungle and put into a machine. And that's why a lot of people are depressed. Because we were meant to socialize, we were meant to, like, see people and live pretty simple lives, all things considered. And our modern society is supposed to make us, you know, more happy and all this, but people are depressed even with all this stuff. And it's because, you know, you isolate people, you make them work a bunch, and you stop feeling like an actual person. You know, you fall apart mentally, I guess. There's a lot to go in this discussion. I'm not a very good speaker, but point is, I love drawing anime girls that are hot, and so I'm gonna keep doing it, AI or not. I actually like how this drawing's turning out. I still gotta study way more, but I think that's kind of the glorious part of, or what is it? The nice part about doing these covers is that they really gives me a chance to see where my skills are at and what I want to work on next with my abilities. And that's all that matters. Yep. Anime girls, that is. I gotta pull up this other drawing I did. I feel like this drawing might have also made them hate me more. Yep. I have a lot of art in this comic that is pretty spicy. Pull this set up here. I really like how this cover is going so far, though. I love just sitting down and really working on that cover. Not very many opportunities for me to do that. There's also this cover. Yeah. I love that. Yes. I have this other... I can't show a lot of this, but... Oh my god. This is the main girl, the main character girl. I redesigned her to look like this. she looks a bit different than her like last appearance in the comic, which I can pull up actually. Oh yeah, look at this girl. Where is it? Her last appearance, I think, was here. And it was how she looked previously in the comic. This panel is awesome. But you can see she has a bit more of a simple art style to her. And as I've gotten better, I've evolved to draw her more like this. And I'm really excited because I've taken a huge detour. I'm going 2 volumes off on a different story until I go back to this one. Just to set up stuff. But let me pull up this one drawing I did earlier today. I drew this earlier today. I'm not going to show the full one because I can't, but this is how I draw her now, and I really like her way I've drawn her now. And I feel like very confident with my skills, you know. I feel like I've gotten to a point where I can draw the woman that I want to draw them like, and there's nothing more satisfying than being able to draw something that you find, you know, in a style that's attractive. It's kind of funny because please wish you send me the full pic of Misumi that you can't show. Yeah, Barb Gong, aren't you not an adult though? You might have to wait for the Patreon, buddy. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah, one of my huge issues with a lot of stuff is that a lot of Japanese media does not show more mature women as like a primary focus. And as someone who, you know, enjoys older women, to put it simply, it kind of made me sad, you know? And so part of what I wanted to do with my comic was be able to express and capture the attractiveness and beauty of, you know, mature women. You know what I mean? And one thing I realized is that it's actually pretty difficult to draw a more mature face as opposed to a cute one. Because look at this girl, right? She's a lot more of a typical, you know, cutesy anime girl face. And this is, you know, just a more generic style. I don't have too much issue with drawing this style. It's pretty easy. I find it fun. But I love drawing more mature faces. And let me pull up this one character. This is a, you know, she's 37, as you can see. This is a character that's going to show up in another arc after the one I'm working on right now. This is the epitome of what I'm talking about. You know, like, you don't see women, you know, drawn like this as, like, a main focus, which is kind of sad. Because they're hot. You know, they're hot. I don't know what to say. I don't find this kind of character design as attractive. Now, the reason why I'm drawing her as a, you know, center focus piece here, is it just me or Lou? What? I'm not sure. But the reason why I draw characters like this one is just for, you know, diversity more than anything else, because I can't just only draw that face, but the face actually, she said we need more representation for women. Exactly. And I have, like, specific, like, characters that I always favorite up on Pinterest so I can see more art of them that are, you know, very mature oriented characters visually. You know, one thing I really liked was Call of the Night, because although the girl in that one wasn't visually like the most like adultish woman ever, she was canonically like 40, which is hot. Like, I guess it's like the same character arc, special designs. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. One of my favorite characters, like what I really realized that I liked like that kind of style is when I was like 15 years old, I watched Black Clover. If you guys know Marileona Vermilion, from that show. I became obsessed with her, low-key. Let me pull her up. This character. I low-key became obsessed with her. And, keep in mind, she's like... What's this show? She's like... Yeah, she's like 32 and 33. I'm still obsessed with her, to be honest. Even at 15, I knew what was up, bro. I can't lie. Like, god damn, bro. God damn. But yeah, I watched Black Clover like 3 times, by the way. The only other anime I've watched multiple times was Hunter x Hunter, which is like 5 times. Well, I've watched One Piece twice. Let's not talk about that. I do love good BL just for the right age romance, but I don't want to watch shows about middle school romance. That's what really sucks. All these animes are about middle school romance and like high school romance. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about. I need a good picture of her though. Where the hell is a good picture, bro? Whatever. This girl was peak, but what sucks about the movie and just the thing in general is that half the time she gets depicted as a child. Which kind of ruins it for me. But whatever. I haven't seen Black Clover yet, so I'm like, a couple of start. Yeah, Black Clover is pretty good. It is more of a generic shonen-esque thing, but I do love the way that the fights are done in it. I think out of all of like the big shonens that are out, I think Black Clover has the strongest fights, even though the animation quality can be kind of bad. I mean, you're not going to notice it most of the time unless you're like looking out for it. But the fights in it just felt so hardcore. I don't know what it was about it. They just like clicked with me. The only other shonen I really dig is Hunter x Hunter, which is one of the best animes ever made. My personal favorite anime, my number 1 is Apothecary Diaries. My number 2 is Call of the Night. Black Clover is good, but be prepared to punch the main character every time he yells. Oh my god. Yeah, I really didn't care about the main character yelling when I first watched it. And it still doesn't really annoy me now. But I know a lot of people hate him, and I completely understand it. For me, I kind of liked how motivated he was. And that's something that I show in my character in my manga. Is that he's very motivated. A lot of the time. To just keep going no matter what. I just Hunter x Hunter too. Yeah, no, Hunter x Hunter is probably some of the best writing I've seen in any series. The only writing I've seen in anime that comes close to Hunter x Hunter is probably like Free Run and Apothecary Diaries. Which, I mean, they're very highly rated too. On my anime list, the site, Hunter x Hunter is rated below Free Run. I don't know if it's rated above Apothecary. I think it is rated above Apothecary Diaries. But I mean, I watched Apothecary Diaries pretty recently, and I was absolutely blown away by how everything connected. But I will say, I think Free Run is written better than Apothecary Diaries, but Apothecary Diaries appeals more to like my taste in media, and so I have it as higher. And they're both great shows. But Free Run's interesting because I didn't like Free Run until I watched it a bit later. I think I just was kind of stupid. But one thing I started doing recently is I decided I was going to watch the top 500 anime on my anime list. And the reason why I decided to do that was so I could improve at writing. Because I was always worried about what if I steal a trope from this anime or that anime and I don't know about it because I haven't seen it. And or what if I just, wanted to get more exposure to different plot lines and things that have been done before. And in my mind, I was like, let's watch a ton of anime. Now, the side effect is that I felt myself kind of becoming a weeb more and more. but I don't care. And right now I'm on Gintama. I've watched over 220 episodes of it now, and Gintama is something else, I'll say that. But I feel like just in watching... No, I think the stats are I've watched like 140 animes total, and I've only watched like, I think like 7 specifically on my thing to watch the top 500. Of course, I'm running into some very long-running series, and I also skip things that are like... I have like a few things for what I skip. If it's something that's like before the 90s, I'll skip it. Or like, I mean, before like the 2000s, I'll skip it. Or if it's like lolly stuff, I'll skip it. I've heard about that. Is it really funny, Gintama? Gintama is probably the funniest anime ever made. Like, just straight up. I want to find clips from it because it literally murders me every time I see it. I wonder if I can find it. There's literally an arc where they wake up and like Gintoki, the main character, his wiener was replaced with a screwdriver by aliens. So they go into a game to find the aliens that replace all their parts with screwdrivers. And it is like, that is just a regular plot that randomly happens. It's not even like the craziest thing that happens in the show. One of the opening scenes was was that they started that they didn't have enough budget to make the opening scene, so they did the entire opening scene in the Genga, and they started explaining like animation stuff. Gintama is 100% worth the watch. You just have to get through the slower parts of the original 200 episodes. What? I think it was on Reddit where I saw it. I cannot find it, bro. They had one. Okay, I'll just keep yapping about it. Literally one of the openings, they said they're gonna make a live action, and then it was just a bunch of dolls, and then they took them around the animator's office, and they started making fun of it, calling it a sweatshop. It was so funny. Like, they just literally used actual pictures of their animation studio with the characters like dolls around it and calling it a sweatshop. Like, you cannot make it up. Yeah, Gintama is great. I feel like Gintama is incredibly underrated just because it's not fully dubbed, and so a lot of people haven't seen it. And keep in mind, like, Gintama is popular in, like, Japan, obviously, but because a lot of the jokes are geared towards a Japanese audience and it doesn't translate over well in, like, a dub version, its popularity is very heavily more based in Japan than other, language communities because it just doesn't translate over fully well, and so you have to watch it in sub, mostly, which isn't being fully dubbed anyway, but if you want to get the full understanding, you have to do that, and a lot of times it won't even be funny unless you're, like, someone who watches a lot of anime. And that's for not all of the humor, it's just for a decent chunk of it. But then you have... There was, like, another one where they were in line at, like, a game store, and then one of the characters entered the game to, like, it was like a contest to have to beat this game, and they entered it, like, it was like they like entered the game physically or whatever. And his name for the entire time was just Smegma, and they kept saying his name Smegma over and over again, and it was the funniest thing ever. It still cracks me up to think back on that scene. Because he was just confused why his name was Smegma, and they kept saying it to rub it in. Like... weird thing to be fixated on, I guess, as well. But... Gintama's good. It's good. But a lot of the people that start Gintama, they get confused why it isn't, like, crazily funny within, like, the first whatever. And it is a show you will get bored of if you don't, like, put it on, like, a faster speed and, like, just binge it in the background until you get to the later parts. But if you're someone who's able to sit down and watch them on their own and appreciate the single episodes, like you'll have a lot out of it. It's just you have to temper your expectations until like it starts hitting. Otherwise, you just have to binge through it until you get to the better parts. But it is an anime that I have thoroughly enjoyed, and I didn't expect me to get into as much as I did. I love funny anime, they're the best. Sometimes I can't handle second embarrassment, so I don't drop because I embarrassment. Gintama doesn't have a whole lot of that, luckily. And what's really sad about comedy anime is that whenever you hear discussions about funniest comedy anime, Gintama is like never brought up. And it's only like stuff like, you see Konosuba a lot. And Konosuba is funny, don't get me wrong. But Gintama is a million times funnier than Konosuba. Like, the funniest joke in Konosuba, I think, was just the fact that either the opening one about him dying by a tractor that he just laid in front of, or the one where the girl was like, I have a wiener, and that's what you're feeling. Really funny. But Gintama has that joke as, like, a casual joke, like, every, like, other second. There was one scene where they're in a barber shop, and the Shogun was there, this, like, really important guy, and they have to give him a haircut. And they accidentally shave off his like knotted top, and so they go to the guy next to him. They cut off his pubes and tape his pubes to the Shogun's head, and then he starts getting like acne there because it's like unwashed pubes taped to his head. There's some disgusting humor in it, but it's really funny. And all these jokes as well are in like the original series. You just have to get through the slower parts, and then you get rewarded with the funny ones. And they kept joking about how the show was in 4:3, I think was the aspect ratio, until the new season happened. I can pull this up. I can pull this exact clip up because it's really funny. I mean, it's not like the craziest, funniest thing ever, but if you go to the first episode of the second season, they have a whole joke about see. So this was the resolution for the original series, and they kept joking about how nobody uses resolution when they were ongoing on the other one. And so they make a joke. Look, they make a joke about the screen increasing in size. Like it's not crazy funny by any means, but it's just funny how they just have it move out of that. What other anime have you seen do that? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, guys, we've increased the resolution now. Here you go. It's one of those things that just generally kind of just happens as the show evolves. But this one, they make a whole scene out of it. I think that's just kind of hilarious. Trying to remember other funny stuff that happened. They had a whole, you know how a lot of series have popularity rankings? They had, let me find out. This is like the best example of what Gintama is. Episodes 180, 184. Okay, hold on. I watched Trigun 2 hours 20. I have not seen Trigun, and I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. But I gotta show this. So there was a popularity poll arc, and what happened was the characters saw what popularity were, and they started having a crisis about it. And the author is technically a character in it. Is this? This isn't the arc. Hold on. You lied to me. 182. Okay. It didn't lie. It's just I clicked the wrong one. And the characters are having a mental crisis about not being ranked high enough. And they kill the author. See, they have their... they just have their rankings following them the entire episode. Because, you know how they have, like, polls. You seen that one? It's so good. And my favorite part is where they kill the author. I think it's in the next episode. They kill the author because he's in the popularity poll. And when they kill the author, they switch the animation styles. because they don't have the original author anymore, technically, because he died in the universe, and they start using like MS Paint or whatever. I want to find the Paint opening. Yeah, they animated the opening in MS Paint because the author was dead. It's the funniest thing ever. It's literally MS Paint, by the way. You can tell because of the color palette and the fact that the lines look the way they do. Because that's how it's an MS Paint. How? No other anime's ever done this to my knowledge. It's beautiful. Yeah, they ended that joke though and finished the rest of it. I need to see it now. I spoiled really nothing, by the way. I just want to point that out. That is like a small bit. I do want to show one more thing though. What episode did they do the live action joke? I gotta find it. What was it? It's on IMDb. Does it say which episode it was? It has a very high rating. Yes, please tell me what episode it was. Please. July 9, 2009. Okay, 165. Okay, thank you. Okay, like they said, we're gonna be in live action now, guys. Look, guys, we're in live action. They're dolls. This is where they make the Gintama anime. And they just make fun of it. This is what's known as a modern day sweatshop. Like, I mean, what other show does this? This is why Gintama is, in my opinion, the funniest anime ever made. Now, I will say it is not my favorite #1 anime, but I wish it was because of how funny it is. Because for as good as Gintama is, the writing does not beat out other anime. Because Gintama has moments where it's serious. It has serious arcs, which are actually, like, pretty good. But it just does not hit as hard as it needs to for it to actually be rated that high. And the low points of the series, where it's not, like, as interesting, bring it down. But stuff like that happens pretty frequently, and it makes the series, like, just a joy to watch, basically. Like, you never know what you're gonna get. And they make fun of, like, the producers and a bunch of other stuff. It's something that, like, you gotta watch it. There's another way to put it. But again, because it's so good, and but also has, like, you know, issues that older anime has, that's why you get into the issue with a lot of people that don't understand it and don't want to sit through it and then just don't ever experience it. So it's the funniest thing ever. It literally is. I wish more people would bother sitting through the boring parts. Now, I'm kind of lucky because I have the attention span of, like, a god. Because I watched One Piece twice. Okay? And read the manga. And because I did that, I can watch, like, any anime. That being said, I have to, like, mentally prepare myself that I'm gonna watch something that I might find boring. But I find value even in watching boring stuff because I still try to pay attention to the plot and what's being written. Because I want to increase my skill as a writer myself, and really the best way you increase your skills being a writer is to not only just write, but also just watch a lot of stuff. Same reason, like, you want to have references when you make art, because if you have references when you're making art, you have more stuff to draw off of and more ideas that you can, build off of. And, when you read or watch a lot of stuff, you get more references to what you could write off of. And my writing would be nowhere near the level it is now if I didn't have references. One Piece, I'm slowly going through that. Adventures in a building are important, and I especially love how it can be connected and circled back to each other for the long story. One Piece is genuinely a genius series, and the reason why One Piece is genius is because when something big happens, you can feel the effects of it. The story is very carefully built up in a way where you very well understand the effects of everything that Luffy does, and so if he, like, punches somebody important, or if he takes down something important, you feel the echoes of it. And that is a masterclass in writing ability. For all the faults One Piece has, it is still, like, one of the best stories written on a large scale. And that's why I'm really sad that the more modern One Piece isn't hitting for me, because the problem is One Piece's story got so complex and big that it started to not be able to focus on characters as much, and that really hurts it. But, it's still good. That's one of the reasons, though, why I really like the fact that we're doing the live action and all that. Because it really gives more time to build up these characters and make them feel more real. Because the anime doesn't really get that luxury. So, that's nice. But I will say, out of every single piece of, Japanese fiction, or just, actually, I'll say this. Out of any piece of media I've consumed, literally, like, every single, like, anime, manga, TV show, movie, the best piece of media I have consumed is in the One Piece manga, the Marineford arc. In the One Piece manga, the Marineford arc is genuinely one of the best things I've ever consumed. And I don't know how to put it, but the way it was made was just... And keep in mind, I read the manga after I watched the anime. It's good that we have stories like these, and all different types of anime, because then we can gauge what worked and what didn't, help build our own stories. It's good to gain broad knowledge. Yeah, that's why I even watch stuff that I won't personally, like, enjoy all the way, or I might find boring, because you still get value out of it. Now, it doesn't mean I'll always finish it, but, I'm spending so long rendering these clothes. But what I'm doing is, making realistic shadows on it. Because I want to make her more realistic here. I'm not doing, like, any special lighting, though, in these. I'm really just doing, like, the, regular shadows and contact shadows. I'm distracting your work, my bad. No, keep chatting. No, what helps me work is when I'm, talking and yapping. I mean, the reason why I'm streaming is because I want to talk to people. And, I've actually been having a lot of fun, because normally I don't really have viewers. Believe it or not. I've only been doing this for a total of 12 days, but throughout that time, I've had my friends join in and, like, say, a couple things, but this is the first time I've had, people come in that weren't just, like, people I normally talk to and are, chatting with me, and it's actually very nice. I probably want to stream more at this time, because, the time I was streaming before, like, I really wasn't getting anybody. So, you guys are awesome, okay? Oh my god, I gotta do more of her skin. I'm gonna be doing a background for both of these. I'll have a beach here and probably, like, I don't know, like a bedroom maybe here. Well, because this is the key, as what the saying goes, keep at it. Yeah. Also, keep in mind, I am sitting here drawing for, like, I think I draw, like, now, like, 6 hours a day. which a lot of my day is kind of spent chilling or practicing. I wish I drew more, but at the same time, like, I don't know how to put it. I used to draw like 10 hours a day, but I don't know. I think I was exaggerating back then because I didn't count it. Now that I stream, I actually see the amount of time that I draw. But no, it's really nice to sit and just stream a long time because I want to build up a backlog of my work so people can watch. Don't want to get burned out. This killer. Well, I'll tell you this. I've been doing this every single day for over 2 years now. Bear with me as I pull more stuff up. But so this is my comic, right? I made the first chapter. I posted it 2 years ago. And I have not stopped since then. If you look throughout these, constantly uploading. Now, some of these chapters are, like, very long, but I've been on this grind for 2 years. And what I'll say about burnout, it can happen, but here's the thing. If you don't draw for a single day, like, if you have a day where you don't touch the pen at all, the burnout kind of goes away. I don't know if I am just tweaking, if that's how it actually works, or if I'm just, like, lucky. But, I don't really get burnout. I'm very driven by, like, this idea is super cool and I want to do it, and so I just keep going. Now, if I get art block, which that does happen, it's when your brain is, like, so jumbled and you can't, like, get through to it. People think art block is, like, when you don't know what to draw. It's more or less when you can't connect to your brain center that, like, understands, like, how to draw. And then you just draw like crap because you're not drawing correctly. That's more or less what burnout, in my opinion, is. Or art block. And the way I've gotten through that is either just not drawing for a day and then it goes away for a while, or I'll just keep drawing until it clicks, or just take some caffeine. If I take caffeine, then I'll be able to lose my art block. But a lot of the time, it's just a case of a lot of people have issues drawing for long periods of time, and it kind of compounds into that, because if you don't draw, like, of course you have art block. But another thing is, some people don't realize this, but their art block is actually them needing to practice more. Because when you realize that something sucks and you're not doing a good job and nothing's working, that's also a sign that you've evolved in your ability to understand what you're doing, and you need to go now and practice more. It's pretty cool. I mean, it sucks when you hit it because you have to, like, realize, like, oh, maybe I need to practice more. But it's I don't know, it's a feeling. I'll show you what burnout looks like, or art block. Chapter 4, I was low-key cooking when I was drawing it. I did not color. I colored this recently. I actually went back and colored a lot of these, like a couple of years after I made them. But throughout this chapter, this was kind of like my best art at the time. Which this is the first panel I drew of this guy Zeneki. You want to see the last panel I drew of him? Who painted? Oh my god, people keep wanting me to draw more Bloons Tower Defense art. I'll pull this up. Unrelated. I drew Captain Brickle from Bloons Tower Defense, and people went feral over it. It became the top of the subreddit for the day on Bloons Tower Defense 6, the subreddit for it. And people went crazy. I don't know. Someone was asking me to draw the other character from that. But, so yeah. This was the first ever drawing in the manga of the character Zeneki. Now, guys, don't spoil this to the people on my Discord. But I was saving this drawing, but this is now the latest drawing of Zeneki. Kind of a difference, to be honest. This is what 2 years will do if you draw every day. But fun stuff. But yeah. Um... that's what drawing looks like when you draw every day. Super Saiyan. Oh yeah, it's inspired by Super Saiyan 3, as you know, up there. I was gonna show. This whole chapter I was locked in when I was drawing. I still think this panel looks badass, but the thing is, I messed up a bunch at the anatomy, but it's still a very good panel for back then. But by the end of the chapter, yeah, by the end of the chapter, I was kind of falling apart, and I drew this panel that I laugh at to this day. His hand looks like a deflated sausage. I don't know how else to put it. This is what art block looks like. This is when I drew. I had pure art block. I didn't understand how to draw anything when I was drawing this. My brain was gone, and I just decided I'm gonna finish the chapter. And that's how I got this drawing that I look at whenever I want to remind myself that it's okay to take a break if you need to. But yeah. Now, if you want to talk about improvement, the first ever chapter I made was this one. Now, I colored this so it doesn't look as bad, but if you scroll down, this is my art 2 years ago. I was a complete amateur. I had a drawing tablet about 2 years before I started this here, maybe. Well, I got my first drawing tablet in 2021, so that's 5 years ago. And for the first 2 or 3 years, I mean, I was in school. I was kind of lazy. I didn't really do a whole lot. But 2 years ago, I was like, I want to get good at drawing. I want to be able to make a comic. And so I started this comic, and I had no plan. I had no idea what I was going to do. When I drew this first page, which keep in mind, it was black and white when I first made it. I colored it later. I had no idea who my characters were. I just knew I want a girl, and she's going to enslave this guy because it's funny. And I just drew them on the spot. I'm like, I want her to look like Albedo from Overlord because she's hot. And him, he has a spiky brown hair because anime protagonist. That's what happened. That's literally how it started. And then, lo and behold, it evolved into these characters you see here. Which, this is a bonus chapter I made where she offers to breastfeed him. And she was joking, but she was just trying to mess with him. That's all you need to know, to be honest. I won't go in further detail, but it's chapter 3.5. So if you do read the comic, there you go. Also, if you guys are interested in joining my Discord server, I can put the link just in case you guys want to see updates because I announce when I stream and all that. Oh, thank you, Discord. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. I have the link, like, everywhere in this. I don't have it here. Where do I have the link? I probably have it here. I don't have the link here. I have people telling me not to confess their love to me. Did happen. You're seeing so much interesting stuff. Is it here? Nope. Where did I put the link? Okay, I know it's in chapter 17. No, I have my Ko-Fi. Oh, there is it. Okay. I will post the link in chat. I am blind. What am I typing? Okay, yeah. There's the Discord link if anyone wants to join it, where you'll get to see updates when I post chapters, and I put in general chat when I stream. If you guys are interested. I feel like a shameless shill promoting it, and I hope that link works. Or otherwise, I'm an idiot. You can just check the manga if it doesn't work, I guess. But I feel like a shameless shill for plugging it, but Hey, you can chat with me. You can do whatever. I just want to get more people in there because it makes me feel more confident, I guess, when people are there and checking out my stuff, you know? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to put it. I feel really bad plugging anything, to be honest. Like, I was encouraged to even monetize my comic by the site admins for the site I post on. I just couldn't do it. I really hate trying to push myself out there in any real way, which kind of is counterintuitive to what I want to do. But in my case, I just like creating stuff. I don't care about trying to be like, guys, look at me. As long as I get to make my drawings, my anime girls, that's what's important to me. But yeah, unfortunately, you gotta put yourself out there. I love linear burn. I just want to say, the reason why that one drawing of the guy looked so cool is because of this linear burn effect. I guess sometimes too much attention is a bit scary. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. When I had my Roblox game, I had to deal with attention for years. People would join me in every game and beg me for stuff. If I joined my own game, people would, like, lose their minds. It really got to me. I literally... keep in mind, I had my game blow up when I was, like, 14, 15. I had to literally be, like, a babysitter on the internet. It was astounding, to be honest. Because people... people are... I don't like people. That's the best way to put it. People want to use you. People want to do all this stuff. F that, yeah. And with my comic, too, when it blew up, I kind of had, like... I was sad when my comic blew up. I'm not going to lie. Because it went from, like... it got 40,000 views in one day, and the day after that was, like, 20,000, and it calmed down. But I pretty much got, like, 200k views over the course of a couple weeks. And, like 200k views on the site I was on was insane, by the way. The mods were, like, confused what was happening. But, I was sad when it happened because my manga was not even at a point where it was very good yet. It was one of the things where I was wanting to advertise it when I got better and I had more stuff come out. And it really got its blow up at a time where I just wasn't ready for it and it wasn't showcasing the best of what I had planned even. And so I do regret that. I guess I can't really regret it because it just kind of happened, but I have not advertised my comic pretty much at all since then, just because I want to get to a point where I have enough arcs where I feel like people can get a good idea of what I'm actually trying to show. You need more time to cook? Yeah, pretty much. Because the comic blew up when I was at chapter 17. And chapter 17 was a decent point for where it to blow up. But it really wasn't the point I wanted to blow up. But it did a good job in, you know, keeping people entertained and wanting to see what happened, I guess. But my story is paced in a really weird way, where all the events you see in the last 35 chapters are within, like, 2 days. Which kind of sounds astonishing, but there's a reason for it. I'm low-key doing One Piece type pacing, but again, there's a reason for it. I'm building up the world, and it's gonna accelerate after I get through the first arc. But yeah, if anything, it probably worked in your favor. I mean, my parents wouldn't have as much faith in me if it didn't happen, but at the same time, like, you know. My parents, like, still thought I was good, but when they saw how many views I was getting, they're like, yeah, you can keep doing this. I don't know. Something I find weird, though, is that I've always found success in, like, everything I do. Like, even in Geometry Dash, I have songs and, like, levels and stuff. I don't know if you guys were there when I was pulling that up. But, like, one of the major things in Geometry Dash is the gauntlets, where the owner, like, I think the developer handpicks levels, creates, like, a whole special gauntlet where you get special rewards, and he makes one, like, yeah, so he makes a gauntlet, like, every, I think it's, like, he does, like, 1 or 2 a year, and they stay in the game permanently, and like anyone can play them. I think they're in the light version, but I have a song in a gauntlet level. One of my songs is in a gauntlet level, okay, and that gauntlet level has 2.6 million downloads, and my song is because it was a collaboration I did specifically, so my name was in the level too. But I still look back at that, and I don't know how it happened, to be honest. Like, the level was good. The person I did was incredibly talented. His name is J735. Absolutely love him. But again, like, my song was a part of that, and the thing that the reason I'm bringing it up is because I've always found success with the things I do, and it gives me a level of anxiety that even though I found a bunch of success, at some point I'm going to, you know, I'll have oh my god, my verification check being silly. But I'm worried at a certain point that my expectations for what I can do is going to be skewed because I've had success and I won't know what I'm doing. And that is a very existential threat. I don't know. That's a very existential fear, I feel. And I don't know. I mean, if it doesn't work out, something I do, I guess it just doesn't work out. But what I really want is to get published as an author. I want to be a published manga author, and I want to be able to create something that is good enough to get, you know, some kind of adaptation in, you know, a video medium, be it anime or, you know, whatever. Now, the chance of that happening is not very high. You have to make something that, like, appeals, for anime specifically, your series has to be something that appeals to a Japanese audience. Which I can do, obviously. Like, I can make something, like, settled in that sort of environment, I guess. I mean, you see Korean stuff that gets adapted to be anime. It's not impossible. But the reason why I feel a level of anxiety is because the amount of skill you have to be an actual published person, like, you have to be a professional. Like, publishing is the bar that sets you as a professional. And I don't know what that bar even is. It's abstract. You know what I mean? There's not just, like, one thing that defines what a professional is, but there's a level of, you know, understanding that kind of leans into that more than, you know, not. And so what I want to do with my manga is I want to make a complete manga series. You know, I plan to go over 100 chapters. I'm at 35 now, so yeah, I feel like I can commit to it if I wanted to. But I feel that by the end of this manga, I should be at a professional level where I am confident I can be published. And my greatest fear is that I'm wrong, and that I won't improve enough to be published. Which, considering how much I've improved over the 35 chapters I have, I don't know why I'm afraid, but I just am. And I feel like I will not achieve what I want. But if I don't, that just means I didn't practice hard enough. Which, again, I'll say this like this. Art is basically an RPG skill, okay? You have different skills in an RPG, you know? You know, you can imagine. With art, you have, you know, your line art ability, your ability to draw, like, say anatomy, like, let's say hands are a different skill, you know, ability to draw arms are a different skill. As long as you keep grinding up those experience points, you get better at it. And so my logic is, hold on, look, it's Katsura. If I draw a ton of hands, I'll get more hands XP, and I'll get better at drawing hands. So what I've been doing over the past few days is just drawing a crap ton of hands, drawing, like, how they work anatomically, the bone structures, trying to figure it out. This is just one of the pages. And in my head, if I keep doing that, I'll grind up enough of hand XP that I can actually draw hands for once in my life. And, it kind of works. It works. I mean, that's how manga artists do it. Well, someone told me, they're like, how do you think manga artists are so good at drawing? I was like, because they draw a lot. Or they, I don't know, they practice a lot. And my friend said, nope, it's because they just draw like a crap ton like all day long. Which, I mean, that's basically what I said. But no, okay, what they took, something along the lines of what they said is that they just literally spend all day drawing nonstop like a maniac. What about feet and toes? I'm practicing feet. I just don't want to do it right now because people think you have a foot fetish when you practice feet. Which, listen, I appreciate a good pair of feet. I think a good pair of feet is quintessential to making, you know, the character, like, attractive. But people get so weird about feet in particular. And I have only a handful of feet poses. I have so many different poses in my manga, but through the handful of feet ones that I have, people are like, you have a foot fetish, Bushia. You like feet, Bushia. Which, listen, I'll say it like this. If I had a thing for feet, I wouldn't be afraid to admit it. Okay? I wouldn't be afraid to admit it. I would be proud of it. That's the type of person I am. It's the fact that people act like I would actually be afraid of it that's funny to me. Like, feet are feet, man. Like, there's nothing weird. We all have them. If you like them, hey, listen. There, what was it in like China or whatever? They bind like girls' feet so they're smaller because they like their feet being small. People have done way you know worse things with feet. You know. I appreciate you know what we have here. But dude, I love drawing sunglasses because you can draw the bounce sliding. And so because her, you know, clothing is so bright, you can do the bounce sliding in the sunglasses and it makes it look more dynamic. Pretty cool. Pretty damn cool. And actually, one thing I can do with that as well is make that apply to the skin. Because it would actually apply to the reflections in the skin. And this is how you have like those really cool rendered drawings, by the way. They just do a bunch of like fancy lighting like this. What separates art that looks really cool from like art that looks plain is just the, you know, artist's understanding of like lighting and how to like make complex light arrangements. Because if you understand how to portray lighting in a bunch of fancy ways, you can make anything look really cool. Now, I neglect shading because I'm a bit of a chud, okay? I am so afraid that my anatomy is going to look really goofy and wrong that I spend all my time studying anatomy, and the only thing I know about shading is the basics of, you know, here's how regular shadows work, here's how contact shadows work. I know the exact basics, and I follow them to a T. I try not to be very creative with it, and if I do, it's because I'm tired and I can't pay attention to what I'm doing. And as a result, my stuff, you know, it can look pretty good, but it can be kind of boring. And so when I play around with more, like, special stuff, like, it tends to be interesting. But, I really don't know how to do a lot of fancy shading because, again, I am focusing on my anatomy and physical drawing skills. Because, I mean, when I first started drawing, I was so focused on shading because shading is really what ties everything together. And you can make a pretty decent looking drawing with just regular shading. Like, you can make it look like you know what you're doing. But, you know, I'll pull up my old artwork so you can see. Where do I have a good one? This one works. So I made this a few years ago. And I made this even before I started the manga. And you'll look at it and the shading, like, oh, it's nice and all. But if you actually look in, the actual drawing ability I have is not very good. Like, I also want to point out, these aren't supposed to be children. They're supposed to be chibis, but they shouldn't look like children. But, the actual line quality is terrible. I didn't know how to draw. And Where's my other examples? Even going like further back. Like, look at this. Is it gonna load? Hello? Okay, I had this in my profile picture for a while. It has nice colors. It's like, you know, their colors are nice. The shading is nice. But what is any of this going on? It is so horrendously incorrect. And that's the thing. I focused entirely on shading. And I cannot do this level of rendering anymore with this level of fanciness to it. I lost this overall skill. Do you know, you should redo some work? I might. I've actually done it before. But what I realized was that I was being lazy. And I promised myself I would not touch rendering in any meaningful capacity until I increased my overall drawing ability. And it's gotten to a point where even now I see professional artwork where I recognize anatomy mistakes and like things I would never do. And it makes it clear that the artist is like very good at, you know, their line art and their rendering ability, but they just don't have the anatomy skills. And that's what happens when you don't focus on anatomy. And I did not want to fall in that trap, and I basically made it so I'm limiting myself until I can, you know, draw anatomy to a level that's, in my opinion, perfection level, or not perfection level, professional level. Until I can do it like that, I was not going to touch it. And as you can see, I mean, I have gotten pretty far in that goal. Nowhere near what I need to be, though. And it's kind of a problem because I am doing a lot of rendering anyway, and I'm getting practice from it through that. But whatever. I like this. I think this is cool. I mean, her hair would have to be really shiny for this to be like this. But, I don't know, I can tone it down a bit. For the sunglasses. Very bright stuff like this. I'm watching your stream on my way to school. Well, I'll make sure to close it before you get into school, because there's a naked furry. Alright, glasses like this are pretty hard to do. And this is why I don't do a lot of shiny materials, because they have so much lighting, like, quirks to them. And I don't really have the full experience to be able to portray it the way I want to. But this thing actually you see with a lot of eyes. Now, I do not know how to render eyes. There's, like, so many really talented people at it, and the way I do it the way that anime does it, which is replicable, and it's good. Like, when you zoom out, they look pretty detailed. We zoom in, they're very simple. And I've been resorting to that because it's the easiest way for me to do it without directly studying, like, how to draw eyes or render eyes. And at some point, I'll get more in depth to it because I'm kind of embarrassed. Now I'm gonna hide my phone in my pocket and listen to you while I ignore teachers. I used to watch my friends' Geometry Dash building streams in school back in the day. That was fun. Same person, Jay. But I think these look pretty decent. I don't know how you do, like, reflections in them, to be honest. I'm not gonna bother. I'm not that advanced in drawing glasses. But anyway. I forgot what I was even talking about, to be honest. Man. The funniest I could ever make. Yeah, I mean, at its core, I'm following basic drawing principles when I make anything. Like, I don't know how to draw a lot of things that I'm drawing. It's just, I need to draw them for what I want to make, and so I do it. A lot of the stuff I draw in my manga, I've never drawn before. But what I do, I don't limit myself based off of what I can draw. I do it entirely like, this is how it's written, so I have to convey it, and I have to keep redrawing it until it's conveyed. And that's how you improve. And that's one of the reasons why I enjoy drawing manga so much, because you draw so many things that you just learn how to express stuff with imagery in such a very unique way that, I don't know, I really enjoy it. It's one of the things that really makes drawing manga such a powerful thing. And you notice when somebody does comics compared to someone who doesn't, because you can feel the dynamicness. Alright, so this is going to be a beach background, which I don't have to use. I don't have to model anything fancy for it. For this one, I'll have to model something, to be honest. But, yeah, okay. Dude, I can only imagine the version of the song that's, you know. Dude, my friend recommended me to listen to Mario music. I've never cared much for Mario, but you know, it's one of those things where I've inadvertently absorbed it just off of the circles I've been around in. Well, that's the same thing for Geometry Dash as well, actually, because I've never cared much about Geometry Dash outside of just the casual time I played as a child, but because I got involved with people who were within the community, and people that stayed within the community, I just ended up being ingrained in it through, you know, like almost like osmosis, which is kind of funny. Oh my god, I love when I do this because then you can see the fact that I don't color behind the eyes. And it's really funny if you send someone a PNG of artwork on Discord and you didn't color them the highlights, they look like a demon when people use black and white mode, because I use light mode on Discord. I know, call me evil for using light mode on Discord. I don't see it, but they do, and it's really funny. Beach episode where Misumi, Yumi, Zeniki, Alexander are on the same beach on their sides. After a while, they meet. Barmgong, I'm not even gonna lie to you, that's a genuine arc I plan to have, and it's gonna be really awesome. But it's not gonna be the way you think. And yeah, it's gonna be funny. I think that's awesome about drawing beaches, that you don't have to actually do much. They're very easy to draw. It's really more the colors than anything else. I feel like this is gonna turn out as a pretty nice cover overall, though. This character really doesn't get any special scenes of them aside from just the regular manga. Which, I mean, she's going to be a recurring character. Spoiler alert, actually, because not everyone knows that. But she's awesome, okay? she's a silly girl. The thing that's awesome about drawing is that you don't have to actually do close detail. You can just, like, kind of get the illusion of detail by just, like, drawing some lines, and then you zoom out, and it looks like a beach with water, you know? And I just put some random crap on screen, and it worked. Boom. You have a beach. It's a beach. Right there. Look, beach. Super easy. And I can add some clouds. Yeah, this is why I like drawing beaches, by the way, because people are like, oh my god, it looks so good. And all you did was scribble some stuff down. That's the thing with Bob Ross paintings, too. Ask Bob Ross to paint like a complex cityscape, bro's gonna be there for like 2 hours. Ask him to paint a random forest, you slap some lines down and it looks good. That's because it's all about the colors and the getting the contrast down more than actually like the close details. You know, people who don't do art very often don't realize it. And that's why I was able to easily edit a scene of Dr. Stone to make a character naked, because I just had to put in the sky in the background and it worked. And you might be like, hold up, Bushia. You made a character from Dr. Stone naked. And the answer is yes, I did. And if you want to see it, I'll show you. I'll show you the scene. I'll show you it. Hold on. Where is it? Oh my god, I have so much stupid stuff downloaded. Look, I'm not lying to you. Now, you might be like, why is Gon here? And it's because he kills this guy from Dr. Stone. I edited this guy from Dr. Stone into it where the guy from Dr. Stone's the one getting punched. Even though he's not there. But the important part is this scene. So I'm editing him to be naked. He's not actually naked in this scene, by the way. I had to edit there's a whole like bush covering him. And I just, you notice the background. The background, I just took the colors. I just like made it. I used the airbrush to like add the colors in. Even this thing right here, it wasn't here. I just used an airbrush to make this look like the other ones. And what happened was it looked like the sky was there all along, but I just used an airbrush on top of it. That's what I'm doing here, basically. It's super easy, and
we must.
There you go. There's your edit. That's how you get 200 votes on Reddit, by the way. This post did pretty good on Reddit. People were like, what the hell? And the key to doing good on Reddit is just not care, because who cares about karma? You're a nerd if you care about karma. Me and my friend always joke, whenever we have a stupid idea for a post, we're like, well, we have enough karma to spare. Because who cares? Who cares about silly metrics on the internet? People have like, I'm going to lose my 500 Reddit streak. Listen, it's fine to enjoy things in life, but if you care about a Reddit streak, I mean, don't you have self-awareness? Reddit mods care. I used to be a moderator for a subreddit that had, like 1 million members. And what I'll say, there is no reason to moderate unless you really care about a community. And a lot of these mods do not care about these communities. Moderating sucks. It's literally babysitting children. And the only reason you would ever actually want it, for most intents and purposes, is just because you want the power that comes with it. And the power that comes with it is just, you get made fun of by children. Rightfully so for being a moderator. I won't even complain. Moderators, they suck. They suck, okay? Because what are you doing? If you're a grown adult, which the only people who are competent enough to actually moderate a community are going to be grown adults. Unless you're being paid as a job to do it, what are we doing? Okay? What are we doing? I have, like, for example, I have no issue with moderating my, Discord, because it's, my community. But the people who moderate it outside of me, there are people who are, they chat their regulars, like, their community, their kind of vibe. With a subreddit, though, the community isn't just you. It's, generally speaking, thousands or even like tens of thousands of people considering on the size of the community. And to have one person like dictate that, it can be problematic, especially when you have multiple people with multiple ideas. Moderation is really one of those things where when mods do it, they tend to overdo it. There's a subreddit called r/mildly interesting, and I've talked about this before. You cannot say in a post, like, I went outside in the morning and saw this cool thing. Like, you have to say, I saw this cool thing. Because if you say, I went outside and saw this cool thing, that is too much fluff, and they will delete your post and be like, this breaks the subreddit rules, so I have to delete your post. And there's no real reason to have that rule, other than just giving the moderators an excuse to, like, do something. And that's what happens when you have people that power mod. They wanna micromanage every little detail of a community to the point where it just kills the community, because people are there to, well, people don't have to be there. No one's chaining someone to use a specific Reddit community. And it's a very similar thing with, like, streamers and stuff. You have these streamers online who think they're Drake and, like, I don't need to talk to my fans. I'm a pretty big deal. And stuff like that, Now, if you're someone of a very, very large size, it makes sense, but there's people who have, like, 10k, like, let's say 10k, 20k subscribers, and they're like, I'm kind of a big deal. I don't know if you heard of me. And they just won't talk to you. They think they're, like, better than you. And it's astounding to me, because, keep in mind, the reason why any of these people have anything is because they have people, propping them up. If you have any sort of, like, social status, the reason you have that social status is because of other people. And if you make fun of those people that are literally the ones giving you the status, you're setting yourself up for, well, failure, for lack of a better term. And, also right now I'm going to be making the background model for, this drawing here. Because the beach was really easy, but this one's going to be a bit more difficult, so I'm going to have an actual model for the background. And I make those myself because I hate to use stuff that already exists, to be honest. Let me look up, I don't know, Japanese interior room reference. I like looking up these, and I'll just do something similar to one of my references. There's a lot of good references, but I'm not sure what I actually want to do. I love doing Japanese interiors because they have a lot of shapes that are, like, patterns repeated, and it adds a lot of visual, like, interest to it. References are the best. Yep. References are the best. And what a lot of people who do art are afraid to do is actually use references because they feel like it's cheating. Which it's not. you need to use references. But you can see my other, like, models I built in here. But you have to use references because you can't just understand the entire world in your head. You have to look at stuff, and you have to, understand how the world works, I guess, is the best way to put it. And you can't just understand, like, why every single, like, architecture decision is being done the way it's being done, Once we have enough knowledge on how to do things, that's when we create things even better than we really should imagine. Yep. I mean, it gets to a point where you don't technically need a reference for everything, but even then, it's still good to have references, because even just looking at a street, like, the reason why, like, a road is designed the way it's designed, the reason why a sidewalk or a tree's planted where it's planted, why, there might be a utility item here, you can't understand that fundamentally in your head. You know what I mean? It's something that you can build up a visual library of over time, but you have to draw hundreds and hundreds of things. And when you're doing stuff just casually, when you don't have that knowledge built up, you really benefit from using references even more than normal, because you're seeing a world that you don't fully have in your head right in front of you, and you get to try to recreate it and follow it for, you know, that. I'm too focused on this actually to even form a conscious thought. But yeah, you get to get experience of designing the world around you, or recreating the world around you, while also, you know, making it look good because you're, you know, using reference. I hate how Roblox Studio keeps changing. I've over the course of me making this manga, Roblox Studios completely like shifted like 10 different times how it works. It's kind of astounding, and it makes building these models even more annoying each time. Like, what are we doing? But like, what are we doing here? But yeah, I what I read was that like people who do background art, like if they have drawn stuff off of Google Images and all that, they've drawn it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and even then they still use references. And there's a tutorial on Clipseo Paint's website from someone who's a manga assistant, and they literally just take an image from Google Maps and they recreate it pretty much in a more manga style. Like, that's the thing. What I'm doing right now, where I'm modeling this, guaranteed 90% of the mangas you read, if you read manga that is, you are doing exactly what I'm doing right now. And it's just another thing that helps the end product. And out of all the people I've seen who've made their own DEEPWOKEN mangas, I think I'm the only one that actually uses like my own models like this. Like everyone else just kind of either doesn't do backgrounds or they just don't do perspective properly. And it's kind of funny. And I remember seeing someone on the DEEPWOKEN Discord before I got banned. They were posting how they were making a DEEPWOKEN comic themselves or whatever. And they had this whole day they spent drawing the single scene, and they were like really proud about it, and they were like really tired. And they said, "This is perspective, guys. Perspective is so cool, yada yada." And they didn't do it right. And I'm like, why are you making a big deal about this? And this kind of, I think that's part of the reason why people got like so jealous of my comic when it came out, because I kind of, it was just someone that came along, I just did it. No complaints. Didn't make a big scene out of it, didn't even talk about it really. And they're like, who is this guy? Stepping on my turf. But again, I'm one of the only people that ever made a complete DEEPWOKEN comic, and after I started making mine, actually a lot of people started making their own, and there's one that's been running for quite a while, but mine is the one that like really brought it into the spotlight, that you could, you know, make a DEEPWOKEN comic and have people read it. Because nobody made comics before mine became a thing. Like, literally nobody made DEEPWOKEN comics. Like, there was one. And there was, like, maybe, like, one of that had, like, screenshots of Roblox on, like, Webtoon. I mean, you know, I think it's fine for people to be inspired by what I did. But, part of it's kind of interesting to me, because it helps me, like, not helps, it makes me wonder, because are they doing it because they genuinely have a passion for it, or is it because they feel like they could get attention from it? Because I did. Because when I made my DEEPWOKEN comic, I had no idea anyone would care. I didn't care if anyone cared. What I did, I wanted to make a silly comic, so I did it. And after I had success with it, then you see everyone else, you know, coming along making their own. And I wonder, is it inspiration? Is that like fine, or is it just them wanting a piece of the pie? Like, because they think I found like a gold, like a jackpot. You know, I saw a video about the Burt Peanut individual. People started doing a bunch of, you know, food-related VTubers once he became popular. But the thing was, it wasn't the food-related VTuber that was popular. It was the, you know, the character, the person behind it, the what the streamer was that people liked. Which, you know, people make fun of the Burt Peanut, so I wouldn't exactly say he's someone of like crazy content, or character or whatever. But it makes me wonder if the reason why people are doing it at all... Well, obviously, people wouldn't be making them without mine being popular, but it makes me wonder if there's a level of, you know, fake authenticity that just kind of sours it. Again, I have no issue with people making their own comics. It doesn't matter. It's just, I can't help but feel like a sort of concern about the intention behind it. And another thing to talk about with this, actually, a lot of people, you know, hate on Has Been Hotel, but the indie landscape for like indie shows wouldn't exist without Has Been Hotel. And a lot of the people that trash on Has Been Hotel and are like, ugh, such a stupid adult comic, or not stupid adult series that's like vulgar and whatever. You see these people making like their own series and stuff like that, and they're doing it inspired off of what, you know, Vivipop did with Has Been Hotel. And it's just kind of interesting to me. I had no idea people didn't like Has Been Hotel. No, people hate Has Been Hotel. On my own Discord server, I get attacked by my community being like, yeah, Bushy likes Has Been Hotel, guys. But no, people trash on it like crazy. And, you know, I'll say this. If you guys know what, you know, I'm sure you've heard of it, obviously. The Amazing Digital Circus. I do not want to watch it, and I've tried to avoid it, and it gets pushed in my face everywhere. That show would not exist without Has Been Hotel. Has Hotel pretty much is the reason it exists. Now, obviously, you know, Glitch Productions, all that has existed. But I'll say this. What the hell kind of name is Glitch Productions? Okay? That's the kind of name that like a 5-year-old names their like Roblox studio. The fact that it's like a professional production studio is genuinely astounding to me. But I refuse to watch the show, and part of it's because it feels inauthentic to me. It just feels fake. It's this glossy 3D show that, yes, it's like dark or whatever, but it's that kind of dark where it's like, oh yeah, but Five Nights at Freddy's is dark, right? And it feels so fake to me. Like I couldn't be bothered to engage with that sort of thing. And no hate to someone who's being creative and making something. Like, I'm sure if I actually sat down and watched Amazing Digital Circus, I would find something there, and I wouldn't think it's complete garbage, but it's the same thing with like Undertale. Like, I have no interest in playing Undertale. I know everyone loves Undertale, or like in Deltarune and all that, but I've heard the music. I've had it recommended to me. I don't like it. I don't like the art styles. It's just not for me. And people, they don't know how to respect that. They're like, okay, but do it anyway. And it really kills a lot of media for me when it gets shoved in my face. Because, you know, let's say Amazing Digital Circus is a show that just existed. It came out. You know, they worked with a network. They published it somewhere, and it wasn't this huge, like, oh my god, guys, in your face thing. I might have watched it. I might have found it was nice. But when it comes to these online indie shows, you know, Has Been Hotel is really the first. Right? I feel like Vivipop is somebody that came in on the scene. She had this like very vivid idea of what she wanted. She had these characters she loved and created over the years, and she created something that, you know, was very special to her. And you have all these modern indie shows that just they feel lifeless. They feel fake. Like, that's what I felt when I saw Amazing Digital Circus. I felt like this feels fake. In such an inauthentic way. And that's part of the reason why I didn't want to, you know, watch it originally. I still don't watch it because I don't feel like it's something that was made because, like, the creator just really wanted to create a show about this specific topic. It feels like, oh, indie shows are getting popular. I created these characters. I have this idea, and here we go. We're gonna make it. It doesn't feel like something that, like, the creator thought about for, like, you know, decades of their life, like, you know, creating these characters for ages and building a whole world. It feels very much like something that was made to be produced and then, you know, forgotten about once it's done. And, you know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just stupid, but that is how I view that show entirely. And that's part of the reason why I don't want to watch it, because it feels like slop. It just feels like slop to me. And again, it's one of those things where it feels like it was created just because, you know, Hazbin Hotel was an indie show, it got popular. I know Glitch Productions has a bunch of other shows that they, you know, fund. I've never seen it in that way before. That's why I like listening to other people's views. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, part of the reason why I hate on it is just because I want a reason to hate on it. But I genuinely like feel this related to a bunch of other stuff, and that's why I've kind of gravitated towards it, because I just feel like genuinely there's a thing to be said about how it's, you know, inauthentic. And again, if people like it, if people find enjoyment in it, nothing wrong with it. You know, like, there's no need to be a butt about it. It's just how I feel personally. I don't want to watch it. If someone enjoys it, you know, I might like be like, I think it's dumb, but you know, I have respect for people. I'm not gonna just trash on someone for having an interest. But again, in my personal view, it feels inauthentic. It just doesn't feel like something that was made with the level of passion that like something like Hazbin Hotel was. And that's one of the reasons why Hazbin Hotel is one of my favorite shows. It's something that inspires me because it feels like it has so much personality and like it's just oozing with like pure creative grit in a way that I don't see in a lot of other things. Like there's this one guy, I'm part of his art server, and you know I respect him a lot, but he has these like ideas for like pilots or whatever. He draws up these characters in like a day or two, and then he makes like a Kickstarter. Like it is nothing like Hazbin Hotel, where there is, you know, this person that spent like their whole life like creating these characters and want to make a show about it. It's, you know, just a guy that, you know, drew up these characters and I'm like, hey, I want to make a show. I really want to make a show, so I'm gonna, you know, put this up there. And you know, I have respect for the guy. Like nothing against him, but it feels kind of silly to me to be like, guys, give me money for this Kickstarter. Like Vivi Pop, like I think she did have a Kickstarter, but like she created her own whole animation studio and she made a lot of stuff herself. And she just did it because she wanted to make something. She just wanted to have something out there. Like if I wanted to make a show, I would make my own pilot. I wouldn't like get a Kickstarter. I would make my own pilot. I would pitch it, and you know that's actually how people did it back in the day. They would make their own pilots. You know, they would just make it, and then, you know, gets pitched, and gets picked up, it gets picked up. But you know, with Duo progressing, like, hey, I want to make a comic, so I made a comic. Yeah, he used to think more on first before mentioning it. Well, I mean, his idea wasn't bad. It has potential for a show. And I mean, I get the reason why he did it the way he did, but I just think it's kind of funny that, like, you see someone like Vivi Pop have this whole world she built up like crazy, and this guy is just like, you know, here's my idea for a thing. But again, like, you know, it's what it is. If it's good, it could be good. You know, who knows? One thing that irked me about it, though, was the fact that he's like, there's a bunch of vulgar stuff like Hazbin Hotel. I'm like, come on. I love Hazbin Hotel. But, oh my god. I need to take a sip of water. I've been, my throat's getting kind of... It tastes like pond water because I live in Florida and they put chlorine in the water. It's like really good. It's really yummy. It feels like I'm drinking straight out of like a pond with like fish in it. Thank you, Florida. But anyway. Yeah, the best way to equate it, though, what I realized is that something like, going back to Amazing Digital Circus, it feels similar to the type of people that made their own DEEPWOKEN comics because I made mine. It has that same sort of feel to it where it's like, this wouldn't exist without this thing being done first. And that relates to a lot of the respect I have for Hazbin Hotel and Vivi Pop. Is like, she was the first. She had a passion and she did something with it. Oh yeah, unrelated, well technically related. The biggest reason why at first I didn't want to watch Amazing Digital Circus is because the creator behind it ran a content farm that just made like brain rot for kids for years and years, and like literal low effort slop content. And I just didn't feel comfortable consuming something by that person. Go figure. This hotel is good, but too much cursing. That's what annoys me. It is not the cursing; it's the people that complain about the cursing. Because what people forget is that hell is supposed to be comedically vulgar in every aspect, and then heaven's supposed to be comedically clean in every aspect. There is no cursing from the people in heaven. If there is, it's relegated to like jokes, where they like, oh, the joke is that they cursed, and that's like bad. But of course they're gonna curse. And there, if you watch the interview with the voice actor of Blitzo from Hell of a Boss, Brandon Rogers, he was on a podcast and he talked about it where Blitzo's character is that he's saying swear words. He curses like comedically, like to a comedic amount. People act like it's bad writing, but no, it's literally part of the character that they're just like comedically vulgar, and they're in hell. You know, they're literally in hell. It's just part of the atmosphere. And yeah, my throat's actually being a butt. But yeah, if you don't like it, I mean, it's fine. Again, personal opinions, but to act like it's unfaithful to what the show's intending to be is incorrect, I think. I wonder what I should... I want to put a window here, but I'm not sure how to design it. I think I take the top part here, actually. And then this would be kind of her whole scene, because I don't think I'd be able to shove more in. I might want to do plants in here. I really want to actually do a good render of a pod plant. And still life is one of those things that, like, when you're in like art class and like, oh, we're gonna do a still life, like, oh, boring. Still life. When you're a background artist, it's all still life, and you're like, huh, those skills are actually really damn useful. I don't know how many of y'all did that in like art class or art classes are fun. Okay, I have a great idea for this. I'm gonna have it be like a sliding door, but it's like partially open, so you can see like the glow, and that's all you see. Or do I even want to? I don't know. I want to see more in Heaven in Season 3. Has been telling other things that happen in Season 2. Dude, I love Season 2 of Has Been Hotel so much, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it was good. It was good. Okay, I think I'm gonna... I actually have a pretty decent idea for this. So I'm gonna take this model here. Dude, what I'll say, I want to say this about Has Been Hotel. People who say it's bad, like people just like flat out say it's bad, have they not heard the music? I haven't seen Has Been Hotel, but I'd like to one day. It's pretty short, it's pretty easy to get there. But Has Been Hotel has absolutely insane music. It is so good. And that's one of the reasons why it annoys me when people trash on it, because they're just completely ignoring the insane music talent that went into it. Okay, I think I can put her in here in the scene. It won't be bad. Now, a lot of what I model is unnecessary, but I can reuse it. So, that's part of it, but... as you can see here, like, I'm only going to be using a part of this. I think that's good. But the roof needs to be a bit higher up. Okay. There we go. I actually really like how this cover's turning out. But I am going to quickly go to the washroom, as people in the north would say, of the United States. So give me like a minute. And my blanket's stuck. Please don't leave. I would cry. Don't worry. I did wash my hands. I'm not like my cousin who doesn't shower. I haven't showered in 2 years. My cousin's last shower, like, they can't even make the joke about, like, my last shower was a year ago on New Year's. They have to say it was 3 years ago each year. Or next this, you're gonna have to say 3 years ago. Listen, I will make fun of this person to the end of the earth because I don't know if you were here when I was talking about them, but they blackmail their parents so they can pay for Discord Nitro each month. Yeah, that's a bum and a half right there. And I make fun of them, and he told me more about your cousin. Where do we start? Okay, call me like a crazy person, but I stalked their socials and I like built up a full docs on them, just in case I need to. No, dear, don't hear that. Now I know it sounds like psychotic, but they are genuinely an evil person, and that's the only reason I did it. I wanted to get a full list of their stuff they did online, and I wanna end up reporting it to their parents so they can see what their kid is spending money on and what they're doing with their life instead of like getting a job. And because they're an adult, by the way, they're like, I can't get a job. I'm only 18. Keep in mind, he was talking in a group chat where people worked since they were like in high school. Like I got a job when I was 17, and the other person got a job when they were 15, and they were like 16 at that point. And they're complaining about not having a job when they're 18 years old, so they were in the wrong place to complain about that. But they have genuinely like hundreds of thousands of messages in Discord servers. Keep in mind, my best friend I've been friends with for 5 years, we have like maybe like 20-30k messages between us individually, and we talk to each other every single day. I can't imagine that level of terminal onlineness. It is scary. Like, my entire Discord, I think, has like 20,000 messages total. I can't even like begin to explain how both sad and disgusting they are. Yeah. But you know, I have a bunch of dirt I dug up on them, and I make fun of them, but God. Anyway, so when you do backgrounds like this, the mistake a lot of people make is making the line art too thick. And I think for anime studios, they don't even use line art; they just paint the backgrounds off of models generally. Can we see the doc? I don't want to expose their Discord ID. But there's I'll put a screenshot of one of my favorite parts of it, which like cracks me up every time. Where is it? There it is. I have a part where I'm making fun of them. Why do I have this? That's not the right one. Mr. Beast Chronic Gas. Why do I have that as a file? You do not want to see the Mr. Beast Chronic Gas, by the way. Me and my friend joke that because he has Crohn's, he's like really gassy and he farts a lot. Our humor is very fried. That's all you gotta know, to be honest. Okay, I found the actual document. I have like a bunch of leads that I can explore and other stuff. Anyway, the important one is this. When a boy kisses a cute girl, no one bats an eye. But when I kiss a cute girl... Now, this part isn't important. We can ignore it. I hate to break it to him, but I think if you want to even approach a cute girl, you're about 200 showers behind. And that's even like approaching them in their like general vicinity. his like general like aura that surrounds him is so putrid. Keep in mind, the literal apartment he lives in, he's gonna get evicted because it smells like rotting sewage from like the outside. I don't listen. I think it's actually better for society that he doesn't leave his apartment and that his parents pay for everything, because they, if you know the you know the SpongeBob episode about the containment bubble. This is his apartment. He is the containment bubble. If he leaves his apartment, it could spell world disaster. Listen, my cousin is living inside the containment bubble. Well, I mean, listen, you could consider what I say about my cousin rude and mean and all that, but I think this is all you need to understand why I do what I do in regards of talking about them, talking smack about them. And that screenshot is a screenshot I found by stalking their activity in a Discord server. Which again makes me sound psychotic, but again, if you're being a genuine waste of human space, being a person that exploits your parents that genuinely care about you, so that you can keep paying for Discord Nitro while they think you're starving and you're gonna off yourself, you deserve what's coming to you. Okay? When I do this sort of stuff, my time is valuable, and I'm not gonna waste it unless there's a real good reason for it. And I wouldn't consider that even a waste at that point. But anyway, as you can see here, I'm doing really thin lines because I actually have a background compilation document that I made where I took a bunch of... This song is sick, dude. Goddamn. Mario OST's actually like got bangers. But I compiled a bunch of backgrounds from different animes. And you can actually see what I was binging at any different time from this one, because you can see I was watching Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie because of this one. And you can see the characters here. And then I watched, you can see I was watching Darling in the Franxx, which don't watch Darling in the Franxx. That show sucks. Okay? For his OSTs, I have not actually listened to the OSTs, but if I actually listen to it, I mean, they're probably good. No, the anime is amazing, so as far as I can remember, the OSTs are probably good. But Darling in the Franxx is a goated S-tier anime, and then it becomes a bottom-of-the-barrel garbage anime within the last 2 episodes. They somehow find the exact perfect way to completely ruin the show they built up. It's astounding to me. I don't understand. You can see Freeman here, and you can see Gintama here. But the fact that they managed to screw up their own series that badly is nothing short of like God's work. I mean, how? For those who don't know, because it's not even worth watching the show, so I'll spoil it if you don't even know. They built up this romance between the 02 girl. I'm sure everyone knows who 02 is. They build up this romance. They make it so these two characters are meant to be together, and they have this like special thing that makes them compatible. They build up this cute, cool sci-fi world. They have all this stuff, this enemy that they fight, and then it starts going into this plotline about like, oh yeah, humans made themselves invincible and all that, and then, I mean, that stuff was fine and all. But then they're just like, oh yeah, there's this enemy, by the way, that's the actual enemy, and we're having to fight them for this, like, last 2 episodes. And what happens is, our main characters just randomly go off and, like, die. So they just die. So, bye. And then other people are just like, and so we have to repopulate because the Japanese prime minister looked at our failing birth rates and was like, okay, how do we make the young people want to have sex? Anime girls. And basically, then Shinzo Abe gets his head blown off because Darling the Frank sucked, and so they have a new prime minister. Anyway, the important thing is, don't watch it. Genuinely, it kind of Felinor. This is a Felinor. Joaquin Weiss. Are you the individual known as a Weiss? Oof. What anime was that again? Are you talking about Darling? I'm talking about Darling and the Franks. Oh, it's the music for what I thought I would find your cousin. Probably. I'm Weiss. Welcome, Weiss. I love your artwork, dude. You're actually a goat. And Mr. Weiss, I will send you the drawing I did of Misumi breastfeeding Yumi. Because I'm pretty sure you're an adult, so I can send you that. Anyone who just heard that, ignore it. It wasn't important. Lol. Anyway. It sounded like the freaking Family Guy opening for a second. I'm not an adult, sorry. How old are you, Vice? I swore you told me you're an adult. I've never sent you anything inappropriate, now that I think about it. So, maybe I was 17. Okay. Listen, I have a lot of people I send stuff to, so I get it mixed up. But I always make sure, okay? I'm not a weirdo, I promise. It's not anything like that. This is why I'm making the Patreon, so I don't have to ask people their age. They can just, like, put in, like, credit card number, lol. Anyway. Yeah, I apologize, Vice. Oh my god. Guys, it's over. It's over, guys. Guys, it's over. We're cooked. He got us. I sent him the image. I'm not lying and I won't try to deny it. And then Higuruma like kills me. Can I just say, JJK beautifully did the Higuruma scene. Like, when I read the manga, I read the manga like a couple years ago. I bought them physically because I wanted to collect them, and you know, interesting read. I didn't understand a lot of it, to be honest. The anime made it a lot more clear. But one of the ones that stuck out to me was the Higuruma backstory and everything. Like, god damn, did they do it well. Like, such a, like, overall, like, small character in the grand scheme of the story. Obviously, I don't know if he shows up later, if he does more. I mean, I hope he does, because he's cool, but I don't know. They did it so well, though. I remember just sitting there like, god damn. That is good. And, I mean, all the memes you see about him. It definitely hit with people. And, the whole season was good. I mean, not much more you can say aside from, you know, damn. I feel like JJK is one of those series that, like, I don't know if it's just the fact that the source material is that good or if they're just really good at adapting it. Because when I watched or when I read the source material, it didn't, like, do crazy amounts of stuff for me. But the anime just made it come together in such a nice way. My other favorite episode was the Maki episode. When I read the manga, I was so confused why she was killing everyone and why it was such a big deal. Like, I just couldn't grasp it for some reason. But in the anime, I mean, it was good. I don't know what it is with JJK, but the manga just, I just struggled to understand it. Which is kind of sad because, like, the anime made it very understandable and it was good. But I think I might just have, like, comprehension issues or something. And I don't think I was even speed reading it either, like I might have been. But, you know, the best manga experience ever, I'll say this, the best manga experience I've ever had was reading Dr. Stone. Okay? Dr. Stone is a good manga all throughout. Like, I say Marineford was the best manga experience I've had, but, like, the best consistent one throughout was Dr. Stone. Like, I own a few of them physically, and I just remember I read through them in, like, a single night, and I was, like, so giddy. I never finished Dr. Stone. I made I made a bunch of YouTube poops about Dr. Stone because it's such a funny series to make YouTube poops about. But, yeah, it's entirely worth finishing. I mean, it's not, I guess, everyone's cup of tea, but when I watch Dr. Stone anime, is the manga better? The manga and the anime are literally 1-to-1. Like, there's no other way to put it. If you read the manga, it feels like you're watching the anime. They adapted it, like, so tightly. There's, like, some stuff that's, like, in the anime that's not in the manga, I think, but, like, it's very, very, like, subtle. Dr. Stone is one of my friend's, like, favorite series. It's one of the other... It's one of the first animes I showed them as well, which kind of ties into that. But, yeah. I getcha. That's good one. I don't know if you saw my Dr. Stone YouTube poop when I pulled up the clip of it. I genuinely don't remember when I did that, but... I can... Do I not have it here? Hold on. Where do I have the tab? Okay, I'll show up this one. Yeah, Super Refused says that I already watched it. It came out well. Those are episodes. Yeah. I gotta find the channel. Yeah. So, I made 2 Dr. Stone YouTube poops. And they're so dumb. I think I already showed the clip of this one, but I just edit them to be dumb.
Are we really gonna throw Chrome in there?
Yeah. We've got your dick. It's rather elegant.
And of course the iconic him naked.
That's not exactly what you had in mind.
Then I suppose we have a common name. We must... All that's left is the final puzzle piece.
Yeah. Your dick's hanging out.
Yeah. And this is the first one I made, which I made this one in Clipchamp, so it's not as good. But I put Danganronpa. I don't. This is my favorite. It was one of my favorite things about this video. I just have like this guy peeing in an airport next to a clip of Danganronpa. The clip is so dumb. There's also okay. So that's yeah. I can't find Crescent. Please don't try to find them. But one of the things in here, I made an edit about One Piece, and what's funny about it is that I made this edit. I had this on my file on my computer for ages. I think that screenshot is outdated, probably. But I had and I will find. Please don't. And okay, but anyway, I had this edit of One Piece on my computer for ages, and I made it at school when we were learning like how to use Premiere Pro. I might have been After Effects, I can't remember the exact one. And I decided to use it in this video, and it's such a dumb edit, and I can't believe I made it on a school computer of all things.
Our way through this in one piece.
I'm gonna eat your ass!
Is that all you wanted to say to me?
Yeah, feel a lot better now. There's only one thing left, and that's to eat your ass! Now, it's over! I'm gonna go!
Yep. And that's just in my Dr. Stone YouTube poop. But I made that at school, on a school computer. I don't know what came over me, but it was really funny. My friend was making Well, it was kind of because my friend was making Dragon Ball YouTube poops as well next to me. Like, he was taking the ones like Goku saying like curse words or slurs or whatever, and was like just putting it into clips from Dragon Ball. It was really funny. He made a really good one, and I wish I could watch it again, but I don't think we have it saved anywhere. Where it was just like it was a clip of Frieza on Namek fighting Goku, and he just kept like using his ability over and over again. It was so dumb. That's what's so good about YouTube poops. It just takes something like a piece of media and just makes it like dumb. Something that's supposed to be like kind of like serious. And something I noticed when I made my second Dr. Stone YouTube poop was that it wasn't as funny as the first one. Not because it wasn't as good, like it was better, but because the novelty of just taking something that you like cared about and found serious and like making it dumb kind of wore off a bit, and so I had to have like better edits for it to like have a similar impact. Kind of an interesting phenomenon overall, but it makes sense when you think about it. Also, I just want to say, like, I really appreciate you guys watching the stream. Had it pretty decent. You know, group here today. Good time chatting. Tell me why I shouldn't find your cousin. Because I don't want people to talk to them and then they're like, yeah, Bushia, and like, you know. Because, I mean, I think you should just respect it. If you respect me. Which, you know, people don't really respect me, so not much I can do about that. But I just don't want you to. And, I mean, you could find any number of my family members if you really wanted to. It doesn't mean you should. You know what I mean? No worries, been a combo. Yeah. How did you find the stream anyways? Is it just like, you just saw it? Popped up randomly. Yeah, I didn't even know what DEEPWOKEN is. A lot of people who well, the thing that's nice about my manga is a lot of people read it who don't even know what DEEPWOKEN is because it's popular on the manga sites that I post on. I find that really funny because it's written in a way where you don't have to know what DEEPWOKEN is. And I did that on purpose because I knew DEEPWOKEN is just a game, you know, it's not gonna be something that exists forever. I wanted to give it that level of longevity. But a lot of people end up getting into DEEPWOKEN because of it, which is pretty cool. But at the same time, DEEPWOKEN sucks, so maybe I'm helping my enemy. Yeah, I just want to see what other people are working on while I doodle my own stuff. Oh, you're an artist too? That's so cool. You should send me your stuff if you can. I'd love to see what you do. I hope my art's been nice, because I put a lot of work into it. Okay, I think I'm gonna have some like plant foliage out the window here and just have it be like a sky. But this is legitimately turning out to be a pretty good cover. Oh, Clever and Tron, Aegis, probably should try doing it again soon. Hey, you know, what I did I told myself I'm gonna force myself to draw over and over again every day, and I started doing it. If you want to draw, I mean, hey, just make yourself do it. It's that easy. Is it though? Who knows? Anyway, it's time to fill in some colors. I'm trying to make a mini fan comic of my own OCs, but I suck at drawing and people end up resorting to furry art. Lol. Hey, you know, she's furry art too. There's nothing wrong with her. She's a furry. As much as I don't really care about drawing furries, and I tend to avoid drawing them, I end up drawing one anyway. On the same path as you, but consider blind, I won't say any. Hey, listen, you just go anyway. You just keep going, even though it might not be the best. You know, you just keep on going along. Furry is also good. I mean, I don't really care that much either way. If I draw furry art, I draw furry art, right? But my personal preferences aren't like aligned towards furry art. It's not something I'm like really. It's not something I really care much for. But if you draw furry art, it's nothing wrong with it. I know some people get so weird about stuff online. It's like, mind your own business. I mean, I talk, you know, crap sometimes. I yap about stuff, but no hate, you know. But anyway, if you want to get good art, all you gotta do is draw a crap ton. It's pretty cool. Keep on drawing and you get good. It's the magic of art. I sucked at drawing, but I kept doing it and I got better. I'm still not good now, but I'm close to being good. Closer than I was. Which people hear me say that I'm not good and they're like, what? Nah, Bushy, you're so good at art. But you can never let anybody tell you you're good because, well, you can let people tell you you're good, but don't let it get to your head. Because then you get complacent and then you don't let yourself get any better. So it's actually a good thing to be really hard on yourself, and people be like, no, you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. They're lying. They're trying to get into your head and make you quit. Don't listen to them. They're actually secret soldiers that want you to fail. So they make you complacent. Real, no fake. Noted. Good. See how cool this room is looking? That's the power of just a little bit of 3D modeling. And it's sort of starting to look like an actual background. Backgrounds are really fun because all you need to do is a bit of perspective work and they start coming together. Even like the most simple backgrounds you can make. If I go to one of my chapters, I mean, I can just pull it up actually, just in the actual manga because I have it saved. If you go to, I mean, even here, I didn't do any real perspective work. I just drew some lines and boom, background. This one was a screenshot, but this one, I did not draw any perspective lines. I just drew some diagonal lines, had some that went down. You got a background. Now, I abused this painting brush to make it look like there was more detail than there was, and I don't do that much anymore because it's... I mean, I should use it more because it's actually really good. But even this scene, no perspective work, no models. No perspective work, no models. I just winged it. And, you know, that's... This one was a model. I wonder if I have the model. I want to find the model now. It's got to be in here. Like some cathedral building I made. Do I even have it? Oh my god, this one. I think I did it in a completely unrelated map. Oh my god, this is the one where the girl was sitting with her foot out. That's one of my favorite parts of doing this, is just modeling a thing. Okay, this was for one of the other covers. Do I have it in this map, period? I genuinely don't think I do. I do have a lot of models in this map, but it might be in the town map, actually. Because I know it's not in the arena map. Let me pull up the... I didn't realize how 3D modeling was so useful. Yeah, pretty much every actual, like, manga does it. Like, it is incredible. It is incredibly common. If you pull up, like, any popular manga that you read, chances are they're using, you know, models in it. Okay, let me check my town map, because I'm pretty sure it's in this one. So, I made a map of a town. I gotta check my RAM usage, because I'm probably, like, eating up my RAM right now. I'm actually only using, like, 60% of it. 6-7, oh my god. So, I'd modeled the whole town to use for a single background. Well, I used it for multiple. If you go to the most detailed chapter I made was this one. And I used this model for it. And you can see how much detail I put in it. I can do better now. But I put so much work into these backgrounds, which I wasn't even that good back then. But I think I have the cathedral here. Yep. That whole background is this. This whole detail thing, literally just this. Now, I obviously abused my own, you know, just like details. These pillars too. I just use them as an outline and detail the rest on top of them. But I just kind of I just abused, you know, the fact that I'm not limited to just using the model. But yeah, this was like, what was this? I think this is an abandoned version of the place. This model right here is used for a single shot in the chapter before it. He's thinking about her chest size, and when he's picking a dress for her, and I just modeled this for the roof. Yeah. I gotta close that map because it's actually, this map is like huge. Again, because this huge town I modeled here. Let me go into the... How do I even... They changed everything. How do I see the wireframe view? It's gotta be in UI, right? No, this say edit UIs. What are we doing? Hello? You can't just change your whole... Add tools. What the... Well, I guess I could just make my own thing that has it. So, I modeled this from scratch, and you can see how bad... The fact that you can make out the physical form with the wireframe rendering is really bad, because wireframe rendering is supposed to be the bones. Yeah, I don't want to keep I don't want to keep that open on my computer, as you can imagine. Anyway, back to my beautiful art of this very furry character. My friend, like, crashed out at me, by the way, because he's an actual, like, modeler that does actual work as modeling. He saw that wireframe and he's like, Bushio, what the fuck? But it works, so who cares? That's a beautiful thing about being a manga artist. You don't have to care about your wireframe rendering. You can just do whatever the hell you want, because who cares, you know? Now, this is where I start getting into the bit of the hard part, and that's the fact that I have to... it's the fact that I have to, make flat 3D stuff follow rules and lighting and logic, and... It's hard. It's hard, you know? This is the part where it all comes together, and at the same time, I really suck at doing actual advanced lighting. Now, not to go on another tangent, saying I will go on another tangent, my first attempt, and this is going to be a really funny thing to show, my first attempt at doing like any like big scene lighting was this one, and I drew the main girl with her clothes off in a bath. I know. Crazy. This is one of the art pieces that got people to read the manga, by the way, the fact that this is just on the cover. She's not like, you don't see anything, but you can see here I did a shadow. This was the hardest thing ever for me to do. And it's because I literally had no idea how lighting worked, period. I was like, okay, well there's light here, so how does it go? Out here. I'm surprised I got it to work at all, because I was genuinely clueless. And you can see, oh, like, this one, I started playing around more with the models. This is when I realized how OP models were, and I started just going ham with them. This is still a pretty good background to this day, but you can still tell I didn't know what I was doing with shadows. And for this one, it's very simple, I didn't care much. I like how this one turned out, but you can still tell I really didn't know what I was doing. This one I didn't care at all. I gave up trying to make a cool background thing. This one, very generic. This one, you can see I was playing around with more poses, I guess. I still like this one. I could do way better now. But by here, you can see I started really playing with shadows a lot more. And this is where it started to click a bit better for me. But overall, like, this is when I was going ham on texture. Overall, though, like, the texture and all that, like, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, I don't know. I don't care as much anymore. Oh yeah. I love the comments on this drawing, because people are like, I just realized it's a dude. That's a guy. I love this reaction so much. Because it's this guy, and he burns his outfit, so he has to wear a maid dress by the end of the chapter. Anyway, the drawing I wanted to pull up again was this one. This is really where I started to understand shadows a lot more. But the mistake I made on this one was I didn't use enough layers to separate my stuff. I didn't do enough detail work in terms of how the stuff actually connects up. But also, the biggest flaw, I made my line art too thick. If you look here, if I remove the line art, it looks, you know, like a place. Now, I'm going to keep the line art because I'm not confident enough in my shading ability to convey the 3D space without line art helping. But, point is, you learn things when you do them. Okay, I don't know if I want to have this one be the lighter color. It doesn't make sense for it to be. But, I mean, should I make it the roof one? Doesn't that look weird? I think it should just be the floor one. Yeah, that works. Makes it look more connected. But then shouldn't I have lines on it? No, because the one I'm referencing doesn't have lines and it looks fine. Now, my reference is this picture. As you can see, it's pretty similar to what I have here. But it is different. But what I like about reference pictures is that you can use them to get your lighting figured out more. But she's also kind of illuminated here, so I have to take that into consideration. But I can also just put like a global, like, you know, effect on top of her. So there's that. Anyway, time for the fun part. Actually, you know, rendering this. Now, what a lot of people mess up with when they start shading is they don't do their colors dark enough. Like that looks really dark, but that's how you're supposed to do it. And, actually, how you make stuff look like professional anime quality, 90% of the time, it's just using your stuff dark enough. Like, that is literally it, just using high enough contrast. Because when you're a beginner artist, especially, you don't understand fully what you're doing, and so you're really scared to use dark colors because it won't come across well. But you gotta do them. You gotta use dark colors. It's the magic trick. Urbanese 2, hello! Welcome to stream. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you enjoy your time here while I'm drawing furry porn. No, it's not furry porn. She is technically a furry, but she's not a furry, you know what I mean? My furry characters are, like, more human than, like, animal, technically. She's the most furry character I've drawn, all things considered. Yeah. I feel like people are gonna like this cover a lot. Are you making fan art? Well, it's my own character, so it doesn't really count as fan art, but you could consider it fan art of the game DEEPWOKEN if you really wanted to. I have to go now. Alright, I hope you have a great time. Bake Mono Bunny. Go like and have fun. You too, you too. Feel free to stop by stream anytime when I'm streaming. I'm gonna be doing it quite a lot. Catch you again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be streaming more at this time as well, because I don't know. It's just nice streaming now. You get a lot more people. I don't know what it is about, like, the time I was streaming before, but I just did not get anybody. This looks professional. Thank you. I am working very hard on it. It is not professional, technically speaking. I don't have the skill level yet, but I am nearing that level, so the fact that it's becoming more indistinguishable is a very encouraging thing. Okay. So, these are technically regular shadows. Do I have the floor? Okay. So, I'm kind of just getting in my main shadow because as stuff gets closer to a wall, it's going to be darker. But these are not context shadows. I'm just kind of getting the main stuff in. Okay. So, I thought it was a panel manhwa manga. Oh, this is just a chapter cover. If you look here, this is how it was sketched out. This is how I'm gonna have the title. This is the actual comic itself, which it's a manga format. But once I finish this cover, I'm gonna start polishing these pages like I do this one on a separate thing. And the whole thing with these cover pages is that they exist as a way for, you click on the chapter and you get this burst of artwork, this whole big color, and it's supposed to get you, invested, kind of like a anime opening would, in a way. But it's just supposed to show off a character, make you feel more of a connection to the work that you're gonna consume. And I don't see a whole lot of series that do it. It's something that's done more sparingly. I do it most of my pages, or most of my chapters I do it. There's a few occasional ones where I don't, for various reasons. It's gonna take a lot of effort. Well, hey, I showed them a bit earlier, but as you can see, I do this quite frequently on my chapters. If you go through them, there's a whole lot of them that I've done. The last chapter I didn't do one, but the one before that did one. So, hey, this one is definitely a high effort one, and the reason why it's high effort is because I'm doing it while I'm streaming, and I have energy to actually put a lot of time into it. I don't always have a lot of energy or, a specific, character that I feel confident in, I don't know, doing it on. But in this case, I have this character that I want to spend all this time on, so I am. So what you're seeing me do right now is contact shadows. What's really cool is that, I'll do a visual thing. Normally, when, light hits an object, that light bounces back at you. And so that light is what creates, you'd see like red on this, right? Like it would look red. But with contact shadows, what happens is the light gets trapped and doesn't reflect back, right? When it gets cast out, right? And so it ends up reflecting as a darker color, even if even if red light's going in there. And so that's basically why it gets darker in corners. And if you look at like the walls of your room, you see that as well. Bro, you got some sus drawing. Yeah, it's very sus. It's you can catch me in 4K or whatever. Listen, here's the thing, sus art is good art. I'm gonna go, alright, Barmgong, thank you for watching. I'm getting pretty close to finishing this drawing now. It's still gonna take quite a while, but I do draw very quickly when I'm not goofing off. But I should finish this drawing on this stream, so. Damn good. Thank you, thank you. But I should pretty much finish on the stream. It's not gonna be a multi-stream drawing. I usually draw most of my drawings within like 6 hours the most. This one's a bit more than that, but it's fine. Okay, since she's here and the lighting should be kind of from there, I'm gonna do a bit more of a shadow like that. Samir Manga. You can actually find the link to it within the stream description. It's at the bottom. It's called Duo Progressing, but She's My Master. And fair warning, it does have a lot of fan service, which is kind of the point. The title should tell you that. But a lot of people don't understand the fact that it's supposed to be fan service heavy, and I get a lot of hate for it, unfortunately. But if it's something that you're interested in, it is there, and I am sitting here spending my life whittling away on it because I enjoy drawing. I love fan service. Hey, there you go. You got plenty of fan service in this comic. I'll also give you a warning. My upload schedule for the comic is not a consistent one, because I keep getting sick, and because I keep getting ambitious and doing too much. But hopefully it'll get more consistent. I at least post once a month, if not multiple times. So, there's also that. I care way too much about quality. Okay. First panel of the first chapter is just, what can I say? I just literally said. First chapter of the first panel of the first chapter. Talking about chapter 0, right? Right? Yep. There's a reason why I drew this drawing for that, which I actually probably am going to recreate this drawing to be even better. So that's even more effective with like a whole background and stuff. But, hey, listen. There's a reason why my manga has a lot of views. I do some tricks to get people to have their attention. You know? Quality is much better than the quantity, to be honest. But I will say consistency does help too from past experience. Yeah, I get a lot more momentum when I'm consistent with it. Which makes sense, but it can be genuinely so hard to be consistent. And it's entirely because I want to do my best. And I won't release something if I'm not, like, at least a level of satisfied with it that, like, I won't feel completely terrible about having it out. Which, there are some things I've posted that I felt like, this isn't very good, but was good enough. But, like, I don't know. For me, sometimes I fall into a mindset of, like, hey, this is a Roblox-based manga. The game is based off of a Roblox game. There's only so many people that are going to care about this, but at the same time, I want to make something to be proud of. What's the plot of the story? So the main character, he doesn't have any parents or anything. He just got washed up on a beach as a baby, and this guild took care of him, but they abused him as he grew up and just forced him to be basically like a punching bag. They, like, beat the crap out of him for fun. And basically, like, tortured him just because he's weak. And he cannot level up at all within the system. Like, well, he ends up actually leveling up later, but he doesn't get any stronger, even if he does level up. And what ends up happening is he meets this girl that is very strong but mysterious, and she basically enslaves him because he's about to die, and that's the only way that she can quote-unquote heal him. And he basically gets tricked by her into selling himself to her. And then she basically just, like, follows him around and, like, helps him get stronger. And they'll end up doing some very bad things in the story. That's kind of the whole point of it. But right now, I'm focusing on the B plot, where there's this guy, this captain, that is incredibly strong, and he has an ability that gives him, like, ridiculously strong luck to have him win every fight. And he's just towering through this place, but he ends up fighting this god that has even stronger luck than him. And so, because he's fighting the god that has even stronger luck than him, he's going to end up having to rely on the guy that he had with him. And that's going to end up having a disastrous end, which is going to be leading into him basically training in silence next to the main characters, the island they're on. And the main plot's going to pick back up once he's ready to conquer the rest of the islands, where the main characters are. And basically the big idea of the first part of the series is that this guy is literally unbeatable because of the way he's written, and yet the main character has to go against him. And it's going to be very fun. That's what I'll say. Because the plot of the story is not about beating somebody and getting stronger. It's about, retrospective and understanding, your goals and what motivates you. And that's what I'm focusing it on, instead of just like, oh, he's gonna get stronger, which a lot of people don't realize that. They just think it's gonna be like, I don't know, like a solo leveling type thing. Though I wouldn't read for the fan service more. Oh yeah, no, the reason it has views at all is because of fan service. People get so pissy about fan service, and it is hilarious because I don't care. I'm going to draw girls with big boobs because I want to. And you can't stop me, But, no, people that get mad about it oftentimes are, like, degenerates themselves and project. And it's not even just, like, a silly argument to make. It's, like, genuinely what I've noticed. And it is hilarious to see. Because literally my friend, who is, like, the most, like, doesn't even, like, watch that type of stuff, even makes fun of these people. I'm gonna have to do, because this is more in light, I have to be kind of careful with that. Okay, now it's time for a very special technique, with drawing backgrounds. When you have a wooden thing, oftentimes what you'll see is a highlight on it, and I'm going to do that with this. I'll just put a blanket thing over everything. But when you have corners like this, there is very often a highlight like this. And I don't know the exact reason why they exist. I just know that they look good. If I looked it up, I'd figure it out. But they just look good. Makes it look 3D, you know? And if you look at any manga background, or not, I mean anime background, you'll see it. Which is kind of funny. I reference anime backgrounds for my manga. I have this thing where I draw my manga like it's an anime, just because I like drawing it like that. So how many chapters will this manga be? I am planning to do at least 100 chapters, if not more. I'm at chapter 35 currently. And the thing with 100 chapters is that it's a lot, and it really depends on how available I'll be in the future. But I have no issue with doing 100 chapters. It's entirely my, time that I have is going to be a limiting factor in the future. But I shouldn't have an issue, hopefully, with doing that. And, at the end of the day, I just love drawing, and that's why I'm doing this. Okay, now I need to do some leaves, whatever you call them, however you say it. Now leaves can be surprisingly tricky, but also surprisingly easy. Depends on what you want to do for the background. But as you can see, all I did was follow basic, lighting principles. Regular shadows that you get from absence of light, and then contact shadows, which you get from objects being closer to each other. And just by following those, it looks already like a pretty realistic scene, and all I did was make a quick model to base it off of. This is genuinely how anime studios and a lot of mangas in general do it. Obviously, because I'm doing a rendered scene, it's more like how animes do it. But there you go. Actually, interestingly, a big reason as to why I am doing art like this in the first place is because I want to be able to recreate the process the animes use to create their, assets, if you will, like the characters, the backgrounds. I mean, mainly backgrounds. There's a part of me that just absolutely loves backgrounds, because characters are their whole own thing, but a background is you are literally creating a world. When you draw a background, it feels like you're making a space that you could be in. And if you think about visual novels, the work seem really good. Thank you. I'm not actually a very good writer, but I have a lot of ideas that I have fun with, and I think it uplifts the story where I have a lot of comedy and all that. I'll continue what I was saying earlier, but let me find something that I like about my story. This part, for example, I just have this backstory where it's this guy scolding him for being reckless, and then he tests him. He's like, okay, I have guns pointed against you, and you have to think logically here. You can't just be reckless. You can't just do whatever you want, because your brains will get blown out if you don't act carefully. So what are you gonna do here? He's trying to teach him a lesson. What he does, he goes up to the guy holding a gun. He's like, don't do anything stupid. He looks at him, and he kisses him. He kisses him on the lips. And in everyone's surprise, he charges an attack and repels him and gets out of it. And then he makes fun of him for that. But yeah, that is just a small example of the type of writing, and that's just a backstory, so it doesn't, it doesn't matter if you know it or not if you want to read the story. It's just, you'll read it anyway. But hey, I have a bunch of random comedy moments in it like that, and I think it's funny, to have stuff like that. Even in the chapter I'm working on right now, she makes fun of him for arguing with his ability. This girl's his ability, and she's like what helps him have a bunch of luck. And he tells her to shut up because she's making fun of him. And then the enemy girl here, the furry, is like, "Wow, fighting with your own ability, that's pathetic." It's like, pathetic, huh? And then he if you look at her here, she doesn't have normal hands, so he uses that as an opportunity to make fun of her. He's like, "At least I got actual fingers on my hands." And then he says, "How do you even pleasure yourself with those things?" And she's like, "I'm a deity, I don't have a need to do that." And he's like, "No need to lie, everyone does it." And then she gets really mad. And then this guy comes in and says, "Not to intrude, but it seems like a poor use of remaining time." Now, for reference, he has a timer on him where in 1 minute he's going to die instantly, unless he beats her, basically. And he just uses his time to argue with her about whether she, like, touches herself or not. It's funny. It's funny. Not everyone finds that humor funny, obviously, but the fact that this is just casually written into the manga, it's one of my things that I like about my story and my storytelling, is I feel like it elevates it in a way where not every series is gonna do something like this. And I'll have more serious stuff in the actual story, but there's part of me that just... I know my writing can be corny or not. Like, if I do something that's super serious, it can be, like, not really good. It could just be like, okay, it's just mediocre. But what kind of makes it elevated is my comedy. And I think that's kind of similar to how Gintama does it. Where Gintama on its own, if you just took only the serious parts, it's not bad by any means, but it wouldn't be as good, Anyway, time to do leaves. The fun thing about leaves is that you just kind of make shapes and stuff. I find this funny. Well, good. It's meant to be funny. If you find it funny, I'm doing my job. Now, leaves can be a pain in the butt in a lot of cases, but if you do bigger ones like this, they can be a bit easier. You just have to keep in mind how, space works. It can be tough. I've been chewing on the same piece of gum for the past 6 hours, by the way, and it's making my stomach hurt. Fun fact, when I end stream, I'm gonna have to shower. Everyone has their own unique edge. I guess so. Yeah, part of the reason why my series did well, aside from the fan service, was the fact that the comedy kept drawing people in from screenshotting, like, various jokes I made, and being like, "Oh my god, this is, like, so funny." Yeah, I love how most art, simply put, are just shapes. To look at it that way helps, especially since trying to plan stuff. Yeah. I really end up realizing that as I got better at drawing, if you can break stuff down into shapes, like, your art teacher saying it all the time if you ever take art classes, like, "Oh, everything's just shapes," or whatever, you can break it down. But it is so true. Like, it really is all just shapes. At the end of the day. Do you stream every day? I try to. Some days I don't. Especially because I've been very ill the past couple months, and my stomach's been recovering. My energy levels have been kind of wonky, and so if I take, like, caffeine or something, like, I did take caffeine today, so that's the reason why I've been streaming for, like, 6 hours. But Um, I should stream at least, like, once a day, if not once every other day. If I don't, it means I'm ill. Not much I can do about that, but... You know. It kind of sucks I've been ill as well, because I really love to draw. And my body is just like, yeah, you have all this ambition. Sorry. No can do. Bye-bye. Hope you suffer. No, I wasn't able to draw for literally 2.5 weeks. That was like a week and a half ago. That ended pretty much, but that was because I started getting meds for my thing. Come on, guys. Yeah, feel free. I love having people here. I love chatting. That's what keeps me motivated. Having people here to chat with and, you know, do all that. Yeah. And hey, the reason I'm streaming so long today is because I get energy when I'm chatting with people about my stuff. This is going to be one of the longest streams I've done. But I am very surprised. A lot of people have been here. I mean, it's mostly like a handful, but it really helps when people just, you know, sit here and chat. Yeah, I keep glazing you guys too much. But really, like, I'm just a random person on the internet that's drawing, and you know, to give me the time of day, it really means a lot. And especially like anyone who reads my manga at all, I always like to give them a lot of thanks. It's kind of funny because I have a bit of a micro celebrity status in the community I'm in, just because of my work and how many people have seen it. And occasionally people will add me and they'll be surprised that I add them back. And it's like, I'm just a person, you know? There's nothing crazy about it. And that kind of, I was talking about it earlier about how people get kind of like egos about it. I mean, my friend joked like, Buddy is not Drake. But some people have such a unfortunate view of just, you know, how it all is. And, I mean, this isn't even that related to what the stream is about, but, I absolutely love to talk to every single person who's read my manga. And even if I get famous in the future and a ton of people want to talk to me, I will always give the time of day to anyone who, you know, earnestly wants to talk to me about my series and enjoys it, because you know, you are not like, if you were any like public person, you are not who you are without people, you know, checking out your stuff. The entire reason why anyone who's like a YouTuber or is famous at all has anybody, you know, watching them, the reason they have any like power, any influence, you know, it's because of the people that are there. And once you get to like a certain level, it just kind of falls apart on some people, and they don't realize it. So that's the thing. This is getting very close to being done, actually. Kind of nervous, because the final touches are really what makes or break it, and I'm gonna have to do those soon. Okay, this is the fun part though, because I get to do a light source. Now, this is obviously gonna be a glowing light because, you know, I'm not gonna draw outside. I'd have to model other buildings, which I could make a very cool outside with other buildings and all that, but like, how long is the stream? 6.5 hours already? You know, as much as it's fun to have ambition, I am making a schedule here. Hopefully trying to follow a schedule. And it's just not something that I could do. And I'm sure nobody minds. Part of what makes you better as an artist is when you give yourself restrictions too. That's another thing. By the way, you covered an important part with fur? Did I? What did I do? Oh, you're talking about her nipples? Yep. Okay, listen, the whole point is that you can't see her nipples. If you could see her nipples, that would be porno, and then they wouldn't let me post it on the site. And then I would be in big trouble. And the admin would hit me up and be like, Bushia, what did you do? There's porno on our site. You put porno on. She is jaundice. I don't know. Now, looks very bright, and it is bright, so that's why I'm turning it down. Now, a lot of animes do very brightly light their locations, and you kind of have to for stuff like this, but it's a bit too bright. And I need contrast. Yeah, that's good enough. Now, I gotta do an outline here. Okay. I won't give this one probably an outline, but I do need one here as she goes over her. And I think just to keep her more immersed in the scene, I won't have one there. Okay, and just have stuff on top of here. How many layers did it take? 32 apparently, if we go by what this is. I normally draw on like single layers, but when I do more rendered stuff like this, I just have to naturally have more layers. Like if you look at this drawing, all of this is done on 2 layers generally. Just the line art and the color, but you know, it's not a drawing like this, so it's a bit different. When you get better, you use less layers, generally speaking, but I mean, nothing wrong with using layers, obviously. They exist to be used, obviously. So you draw background, or is it 3D model? This background I modeled. I don't always model them. I generally do because there's no reason not to. You can see, this is a model. Obviously I drew the leaves in myself, but I model them off of references, and again, the reason why you do it is because there's no reason not to. When you have a 3D model, you get perfect perspective points, and you can do a lot of detail very complex and very simple ways that, or you could just spend, you know, a ton of time mapping out the perspective when you don't need to. If for simple perspective work, it's easier to not model it out, but yeah. Okay. What I normally do anyways is when I get the title on here, I just copy it from the previous chapter because I'm a bum, and then I just edit the text. Lol. Now, it's a bit of a far back, but I think that is what I wrote here. Yes, okay. I did move it a bit lower, and I will do that here. And there's the background, everything. I do also add a sort of thing here just so that it kind of blends together. And I also like to add like a square around it just because it gives it a bit more flair. Makes it feel more like a title page. But I think I'll make it a bit thicker. Wait, that looks weird. $30 important, I guess, and background remain consistent. Yeah, for very important backgrounds, I generally try to model them because it ends up saving me a lot of time and headache in the future. But sometimes I get lazy with those too, and it ends up being kind of silly. But also, I love to do this, where I make it so the characters go over the outline. Now, this is a bit inconsistent because I'm doing it with the mouse right now, but I'll make her arm do it too here. I can actually just make it line up with the line art outline. I love doing little stylistic stuff like this because it makes it just kind of feel more 3D. Makes it pop, you know? And look at that. I kind of feel like removing it here, too. Or just making it fade out there. And I feel like doing it where her tit is. And then doing it where her ear is up here, just so I can... There we go. There is a nice looking cover. Now, she is very scary looking. Which makes sense, because this one's supposed to be her, you know, normally, and this is her, like, as like a beach version. But one thing I feel like, if she's at a beach, there's got to be a bit of a brighter light on her, right? I don't think I cast a specific light on her. And I can actually do that pretty easily. That is not an airbrush. Now, that looks very bright, which is why you turned it. But I won't lie, I do reference My Hero Academia for the faces sometimes. So, you might have just caught me. If you want to also catch me again, I'm a silly person. If you look at how I draw my backgrounds on here, just get a good look at these, and what you'll notice, like here. Wow, the one thing that doesn't have what I'm trying to reference. Thank you. Anyway, if you look at the backgrounds on here, you'll notice I kind of just copy the way they do it in Naruto. Straight up. I just copy it from Naruto. Because here's the thing, it looks cool. It's very nice in 3D. And Kishimoto is the GOAT of understanding 3D space. So it's just good to reference him anyway. Yeah. I wonder if I should keep this on her, because it kind of, I don't know, just lower it a bit. There's no real point for it, just to make her a bit more the color. Anyway, that was a 6.5-hour drawing live. You just watched me make this from scratch, if you were here from the start. Now, I did spend like half an hour playing Blue's Tower Defense, so it's more like a 6-hour drawing. But we don't talk about that. It's not important. What's important is that I made a drawing, and I missed, guys. I need to be executed because I missed. How could you ever forgive me for this? Which one was it? This one. Alright. That never happened. I think it's done. I mean, I need to get better at rendering hair, to be honest, because, like, this is a hot mess. And this one's alright. And I'll get better as I practice. I haven't practiced hair, believe it or not. I think it's pretty easy to believe it because you guys obviously, you know, probably think it's alright. But as someone who has to draw this over and over again and realize how much I mess it up every single time, I see it all. And this will never be one of my favorite covers because of that, but I do like the background. Anyway, that's the first page of this chapter done. And people are going to go crazy once they see the title because, you know, the title's very descriptive, you could say. But I'm going to post this in my Discord. For the people that are... Oh my god. For the people that donate to my Ko-Fi, they get all the chapters early, basically. They get to see as I post each one, which is funny because you guys are watching my stream, so you get to see it anyway. But for the people that don't get to make it to stream, they can donate to Ko-Fi and see it, or they can just be they just boost my server. You get access to all of it. So, hurrah. It feels kind of weird in this one, though. I don't know. I don't know. She's silly. My throat is killing me. I've been yapping for hours and hours. I think this is pretty much a cover done. I like it. Thank you, thank you. I've been referencing this picture of her, by the way, during the stream for making sure she's consistent. A bit of info about her, actually. Because you guys were here, I'll spill some tea that isn't in the manga. Her lore is basically... So in DEEPWOKEN, the races came to be because, you know, animals were worshipped. And then different things were worshipped. And then, you know, they end up becoming the races. Her specific lore is that she is like one of the cats that was worshipped. There was 9 cats that was worshipped. And she was one of them. And how it actually works, her ability, is that all of the different cats are basically like the gods of the realm that they're in. But she's the first one. And that's because she was the first to die. Basically, the people who worship the cats, let's just say, once they started becoming like the Felinors, but they became the Felinors, basically, yeah. They decided if they wanted to complete the ritual, they had to murder the cats they worshipped, you know, sacrifice them or something. something sinister like that. And Mrs. Asamina, this is her. She was the first one to be killed. But what happened is their souls were kind of like trapped in a way, and ends up relating to them creating the God Realm, which is where their souls were, and allows them to be continuously worshipped by the race, yada yada. But Asamina was the first one to be killed, and she's a bit grumpy, as you can see. She has a bit of a temper, and she kind of I don't know. You can just see in her face. This is the face of a girl who she was murdered and stuffed inside of a realm. And she's been there for a long time. And what's really funny is that obviously, you know, she's gonna die again inside of her realm, but it's gonna set her free so she can go to the depths, which is a place that exists inside DEEPWOKEN. And then from there, she can escape the depths and actually live a normal life again. Except she's, you know, like this now. The logic is, she was a cat and she became more like a person as, you know, she was worshipped. You know, inverse of what happened to them. And yeah, because of that, she... I should mention, I don't have it fully written down, so I'm kind of recalling what I already came up with. Fun. But yeah, she's lucky because she gets to live a normal life after this. And I'm gonna spoil it. I'm gonna give you guys a big spoiler. This guy right here, the one who wears the maid outfit, you should totally write it down. I have actually a lot of the plot not even written down, but I have it very well memorized because I just think about it a lot. But she's actually gonna end up being romantically involved with this guy. Lucky guy, obviously. But this guy ends up going to the depths as well, I'll just say that. And they meet each other down there. And stuff happens. We'll say that. But anyway, I can't talk much longer. I'm probably gonna lose my voice if I keep yapping. So thank you so much for giving your time of day to watch my stream. It really means a lot to me. And I'll be drawing again tomorrow. I'll be working on hopefully the first 2 pages, if not more. And I hope to make it very high quality, because I love doing that. And I will likely stream tomorrow, the same time I started streaming today. If I'll keep going the same time, who knows. Same time earlier. Yeah, I'll keep going at the same time. I think doing nighttime streams are a lot easier for me, especially because I don't have to worry about interruptions from, you know, family, because they're going to be asleep and all that. And they don't really get bothered if I'm talking, because I live, like, on the opposite side of the house from them. So, yeah. And of course, same time, because I got more people at this time. People who actually chatted about things. So, yeah. It's really hard for me to end streams, because I absolutely love doing them, but I don't have anything else to do, so. Let me pause my music. Last thing to say, you know, join the Discord if you haven't, if you want to. You can get, you know, I'll say it when I'm streaming. And check out the manga in the stream description. Alright, I'll try to be there, but no promises, because your nighttime is my daytime. Hey, you know, it's fine. And I'll see you guys later.